and run ministerial zonal offices that have brought services closer to the people. You no longer need to come to Kampala to have your title, other than you get it from your nearest ministerial zonal offices. As a ministry, we have continued strengthening surveying, physical planning, registration, valuation, and land administration services as a core mandate of the ministry. The government land inventory should take an advantage of these existing investments that the government has put in place. We shall have to avoid creating silos, working in silos. That's why we emphasize coordination. Where a system cannot communicate, they should do so, they should communicate. And where information cannot be verified against existing records, it should be done. Therefore, we anticipate that this crucial exercise of land government inventory will create a basis for us to communicate and have the right information as far as government land is concerned. Our objective should be one coherent government approach. As you're aware, the government is taking a whole government approach, and this should all be evidenced in managing public land. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also wish to speak directly to our technical officers. You technical officers in your respective jurisdiction, the credibility of this inventory will. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also emphasize the importance of integrity in this exercise. Accurate system will achieve little if public officers knowingly allow government land to be encroached, to be taken, to be grabbed, and irregularly allocated to unplanned use. Every officer entrusted with public land must understand that these assets belong to the people of Uganda, and everybody has a stake. Ladies and gentlemen, this exercise is also not intended to interfere with the lawful owned private land. Verification must be evidence-based. That's why this government land inventory must be participatory, practical, and grounded with your participation. Disputes must be handled through lawful processes. Communities must be engaged respectively. And where government itself has incomplete information, we must acknowledge that and undertake the necessary verification as required. Accuracy and fairness must go together in this process. Ladies and gentlemen, I therefore encourage the district's teams represented here to leave this meeting with a clear practical actions. Know the government properties within your areas of jurisdiction. Review the documentation that is in your possession. Kindly identify valuable government properties. Straighten and strengthen record management, and make early warning systems mechanism in terms of protecting and coordinating across the departments. These actions do not require us to wait for a completion of the national inventory. They can begin immediately. After this, kindly, when you go back, organize the documentation such that when the exercise reaches you, you are able to give the information right away. Ladies and gentlemen, I must commit that the ministry remains committed to working closely with Uganda Land Commission, the local governments, to to strengthen government land management. Our ambition should be that in future, when government plans a school, a road, a hospital, or any utility, uncertainty about its own land is not what delays the implementation. We should be aware of what land we own, such that services can flow and infrastructure development flourish. That is the practical difference a credible government land inventory should make at the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I thank the Honorable Minister for her leadership, the Uganda Land Commission for spearheading this initiative, and our political, administrative, and technical leaders for your continued cooperation. I encourage you to participate actively today. Challenge us where systems are not working. Share practices that have worked in your districts with practical examples. Identify the gaps honestly, and let us leave this meeting with solutions that improve not only the inventory, but a wider management of government land. I wish you a fruitful deliberation and every success in today's regional stakeholders meeting for God and my country.
Yeah, thank you so much, the Acting PS of the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Kindly join me to appreciate his presentation. I think, yeah, thank you so much. I think it was comprehensive enough. And personally, I'm glad the expectations you are raising from the perspective of the ministry are in line with what we also intend to do as a commission. I'm sure when you listen to what the secretary was saying and the kind of questions we want to raise and try to answer collaboratively, they do speak to some of the expectations you are raising here. And I'm glad you are talking about the need to be proactive. And that proactivity really must come from all of us. If we see government land being encroached on, we should not just keep quiet and say, well, it's the commission to be blamed. Especially if we appreciate that this land is for us, but also for the future generations. Who is creating the future generations? It's us. It is us who are going to be responsible for those future generations. And we don't want to be judged harshly when they are here and they find that they cannot put up infrastructure, they cannot get public services because we did not take care of government land. So thank you so much once again for raising these issues. The issues of coordination, definitely, it's very, very important, and that's why we thought we should bring on board all these different stakeholders. We really need to coordinate. We should not be seen to be competing with each other. We should move away from situations where district land boards either knowingly or unknowingly give freehold titles on government land. You know, I want to imagine that after this exercise, especially if we take it in a positive way, we reduce some of those cases. You know, let me now call upon the chairperson of Uganda Land Commission, Professor Ben Mogi Nyeko, to make his remarks, but also take the opportunity after his remarks to invite our chief guest, our Honorable Minister, to speak to us. Thank you.
Yeah, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Honorable Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, the members of the Uganda Land Commission, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, the Secretary of Uganda Land Commission, the resident district commissioners, district chairpersons, the chief administrative officers, and all of us who are here to attend this very important meeting concerning land government land. On behalf of the Uganda Land Commission, I warmly welcome you to this Buganda One Regional Stakeholders Workshop being held here in MUKONO on the development of a comprehensive government land inventory. I thank you for responding to our invitation and for demonstrating your commitment to improving the management of government land in your respective districts. I want to give special thanks to the Honorable Minister. Our presence here clearly shows you the importance of this meeting. The Honorable Minister has 3 ministers of state. She could have delegated one of the ministers to come. But because she thinks this meeting is very important, she has personally decided to come. And let us give an applause befitting. So, Honorable Minister, we thank you. The Wakiso continues to experience some of the highest levels of urban development, together with MUKONO. Then we have the Kayunga, Luero, Nakaseke, Nakasongola. These are main agricultural areas of this country. The cattle corridor is in Nakasongola. Most of the vegetables we eat in Kampala come from this region here. Industrialization is going to be mainly around MUKONO, Buikwe, Wakiso, and these surrounding areas of Nakaseke and others. I'm not going to read the speech the way it is, because when I heard the Secretary of Uganda Land Commission, he had mentioned quite a lot of things which are already in my speech. When I heard the PS presenting, there's a lot of issues he has raised, which is in this speech. So for me, I'm going to emphasize on the role and the importance of you, the delegates, who have been invited to this important meeting. When you are talking of government land inventory, you, the district chairpersons, you, the RDCs, you, the chairpersons of district land boards, members of the district land board, the civil society in these areas, you all virtually know what land belongs to government. And we have brought you here to help us identify these lands in your districts. I think what many people don't know is that government is the major developer of a country. Major projects are initiated by government. This small giving land to somebody to start growing cassava or what, they are good, yes, but they don't cause serious change in an area. I will tell you one thing. Many of you knew, or at least heard, about the Amur Sugar Works. Amur Sugar Works, where government was very interested to work with Kakira Sugar Works to establish a huge sugar plantation and industry in Amuro. But because of the politics, there was a lot of resistance. This was negative politics, politics of non-developmental strategies. The ministry had a lot of problems. Ministers who were going to talk to the people, who went to talk to the people in that area, some of them were welcomed by people who have been organized to undress in front of the ministers. You know all these things. But because I was a member of parliament in that place before, I took it upon myself to sensitize the people about the importance of a major government project of that nature, which would create jobs, infrastructure, roads, and other things. So people accepted to give their land upon compensation. So I thank the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development for fulfilling the promise of compensating everybody in 10,000 hectares of land in Amuro. And the factory, they have started a plantation. And the factory, they have started construction. These are major government projects that bring tangible development in our area, create jobs. So my appeal to you here in this region, where industrialization is taking place and moving very fast, help us identify government land in your area. Chairpersons and members of the district land board, do not give out government land to individuals. Let government land be used for the community in that area and for the benefits of Ugandans at large. This is one of the most important things, the primary thing of our bringing you, so that we work together with you, help us identify land. There are schools where you studied. And most of these schools were mainly religious background, Catholics, Protestants, Muslims. And these lands are being grabbed. Many of you are students in these lands, in these schools. So it is you to help us get those lands protected. We get the titles of those lands. These schools will be expanding in future. There are a lot of other government lands in your area, and the purpose of bringing you here is to help us identify these lands, get it protected. We get the titles of some of these lands which may not have the titles, so that we have an inventory of a government land, such that if we have a major investor who wants land in Nakaseke, for instance, if we know that there is 2-3 square miles of land belonging to government in Nakaseke, we recommend that area for industrialization. Industrialization in that area, first and foremost, benefits the local people in that area. There are jobs which are typically for the local people. And the local people will be the one benefiting. The local people, when the population goes high in that area because of industrialization, you will be first people to supply food. Those people who come to work from different parts of Uganda in those industries will need food. And the food will come from the neighboring, farming communities. So these are things which we would like, I personally, I am emphasizing, because I think you should not think that government land in your area, you should partial it out, give them to individuals. Protect government land in your area for major government developments. And as I said, the people in this room, you have the knowledge which is essential for this exercise of developing an inventory for government land. The resident district commissioners, you encounter many land disputes and encroachment into government land. We are not, it has already been stated, the purpose of this inventory is not to interfere with people's land. The Constitution is very clear, land belongs to the people. For us, we are only interested in land which belongs to government. And you identify land which belongs to government, that's the land we are going to maybe get the title and have the inventory, and we keep them for future development in this country. So, ladies and gentlemen, with these few remarks, I would like to appeal to you to be with us up to the end of this workshop. We want you to engage very actively. You give us your views, give us your proposals, and we shall take note of those views and let us work together and build a very strong and comprehensive government land inventory for the benefit of our own children in future, our own generations in future. I thank you very much, and for God and my country, I now take this opportunity. Okay. Okay, I give the opportunity to the chairperson to say something before I invite the minister. Is that so?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Please, round of applause to our Chairperson for his remarks. My Sanja is about to be finished, so that's why I thought I should use just 1 minute to mention 2-3 things to the Minister before she's invited to speak to us. Honorable Minister, before you came in, there were 2-3 issues which were raised, and I had promised I was going to raise them so that you can speak to them in your remarks. One was basically an appreciation that recently you were seen engaging with the traditional institution, I think, of Buganda, and this was highly appreciated. And some people are saying we should try to deepen this kind of collaboration because these traditional institutions or kingdoms have a very big stake in management of land in this country. Number two, someone mentioned that we have new leaders that have taken over leadership in different districts and municipalities and cities who need to be oriented on how to manage government land. What role are they supposed to play? You know, so I don't know whether the ministry, at the ministry level, there are such resources or processes that are being planned to make sure that that does happen. And lastly, a leader from Buvuma Island did mention that sometimes the requirements which we prescribe in terms of who should sit on district land boards become a little bit challenging. You know, getting people with the kind of qualifications, let's say, to be a chairperson of a district land board, for some places like Buvuma, it can be challenging. So they are requesting that maybe there should be some affirmative action, you know, when looking at some of those specifics. Yeah, I think, Honorable Minister, those are the few issues which came up when you were not here, which I thought I would raise to you. Thank you so much, Chairman, once again, for talking about the role of government land once it is protected in transforming this country. I think it's a very, very important issue that we should all keep in mind, even as we say, let's protect government land from encroachment. It has a lot of multiplier effects for all of us and the future generations. Mr. Chairman, I now hand over to you to take on the next process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now take this opportunity to invite the Honorable Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development to come and talk to you, members.
Thank you very much, Professor Penimogi, the chairperson of Uganda Land Commission. Commissioners of ULC, the permanent secretary, representative, the secretary, Uganda Land Commission, resident district commissioners, chairpersons, district local government officials, the chief administrative officers and town clerks, district land board chairpersons and members, representative of ministries, departments and agencies, district technical officers, religious leaders, cultural leaders, representatives of professional bodies, representatives of civil society, members of the private sector, the media, distinguished participants, good morning. It is my honor to stand before you, and I want to thank you very much for turning up in big numbers, but also once again, thank you for the elections that we conducted in January, which elections came out successfully with His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni being declared the winner with over 70%. That was your work. And I also congratulate some of you who are leaders. Though some of you could have bounced back, others are new leaders. I once again say congratulations, and we thank the voters and communities for supporting you to take back the positions of leadership in your respective districts. Muzei has always said this is Chisanja, no more sleep. And I can imagine we are trying to put our heads together to see how best can we deliver services to Ugandans across the entire country. Of course, different interventions and reforms have been done within the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. And I believe that we are yet to see more reforms. I remember it was last year we were here consulting you on the land policy. That is work which is still ongoing, and I know some of you could be new leaders, but we consulted and we are still consulting on the land policy, where we are making proposals on different reforms to be made on the sector of lands, housing and urban development. But one key thing which we need to think about is land use in Uganda. We all know, and I usually tell you, land is static, never expands, but there are so many uses which are taking place. We are running out of arable land, and yet we need food. Food for ourselves, but also food for other people who may not be having the fertile soils like we do have. So that calls us as leaders, as stakeholders, to be intentional and committed to guide the communities we serve on their development, but also to preserve what we call arable land. We know that most of the government lands, some people were mismanaging what we call government land. You find land where there is a school that has been existing for 20, 30 years. Again, the district land board sits and gives such land to a private person. And then we begin quarreling, grumbling about the decision that has been made by the district land board. I want to request you that this time round, let's be intentional and do things differently. Even if a school or a hospital has no title, it is your duty as a key stakeholder to first protect that entity that is housed on that piece of land which is not titled. before you parcel the land. Even if you think it is dormant land or idle land, let us first secure it first as government land, because it is housing our key institutions that we need for today, tomorrow, and the future, whether we are around or not. But such properties and assets to be protected, they need people who can say, yes, enough is enough. Let us protect what we have. And let us not allow other people, whether politicians or whoever, to tell us that give this to so and so. And the most annoying thing is to give government property and you even give it in totality, freehold. Freehold titles are given because once somebody gets a freehold, that is his property. It is very difficult to reverse. Of course, it can be reversed, but why do such a thing to make us hustle, go to courts of law, do ABCD, because we are trying to cancel a decision that has been made? I've been fighting with district land boards to tell them recall the minute that gave away that piece of land. And you realize when you tell them recall, they don't want. So, we are here as government, but how do we proceed to protect the few assets that we have and also to ensure that what we are yearning for to have as a comprehensive land inventory, it will be achieved. Because if we don't do that, then we may never have land to protect. Yet we have been in these offices and people will ask who was once in that office. What did they do to protect the government land or land that belonged to institutions? I thank the Uganda Land Commission, working in conjunction with the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, for bringing together to address land management issues in the country by looking at issues of creating an inventory for government land. Like the Secretary, Uganda Land Commission has informed you, this is our second engagement. The first meeting was done at Mistil. That was on 7th July, and the State Minister for Lands, Honorable Ntabazi Harriet, presided over that event. Today's meeting is another step in our drive to develop a comprehensive government land inventory, which is key in contributing to our national development. Our towns are expanding. Our infrastructure is also expanding. The industries and housing are also emerging every day, while population is also increasing. Land values are changing steadily and rapidly, and areas that only a few years ago appeared to being rural are now becoming an expanding urban and economic landscapes. How do we control that expansion of urbanization? Because you need to think about it. How do we control the expansion? Because if we allow expansion to happen, we are going to run out of arable land and industrial land. Can we now begin thinking of going vertical when you are building offices and spaces for accommodation, so that we are compacted in one area as people, then the rest of the land is used for agricultural purposes? We need to begin thinking about that. When I met the Katikiro, one of the members of the Luchiko was asking me, now how about barring? We haven't thought about barring. 46 million people, 100 years down the road, we may not be around. So what is happening? You know, there are so many things we need to think, yet it is the same size of land. And they are saying by 2050, we could be about 70 million Ugandans. That is almost double the number we have right now. So can we begin thinking, because right now you can see spaces and you are appreciating, but remember we are increasing in population. So let us try to control development, have physical development plans, and guide your respective people. As development increases, as government, are we equally strengthening our ability to identify and protect the land required for public purposes? The question is particularly relevant to the districts that are here, the different officials who are here. They have talked about Wakiso, experiencing enormous urban and semi-urban developments. The pressures are high in Wakiso. How do we control? Wakiso is near Kampala. MUKONO, you are near Kampala. You know, Mpigi is near Kampala and you are part of Greater Kampala Metropolitan Authority. But how do we guard against that uncontrolled development and expansion of our areas? Luwero, Nakaseke, Nakasongola contain significant public land and strategic government facilities. How do we protect those pieces of land? Because when people see that significant land we are talking about, they run to district land boards to begin asking, I'm seeing a square mile, which seems to be free. Can you give it to me so that I do ABCD? But have you thought about future use and government priorities before allocating such vast pieces of land to the so-called investors or developers? Whereas for Buvuma, as an island district, and presents a different combination of development, environmental and land management considerations. Different districts have different pressures, but one common responsibility is to ensure that government land is not lost in the process of development and the different pressures which you are facing. Government land is not vacant land, waiting for somebody to find and use for it without authorization from government. Government land is a public asset which must be respected and protected. You find the communities are encroaching on government land and they take over. There are pieces of land I visited like 3 years ago, but when you go back, you'll find there are settlements, concentrated settlements, and people are claiming that they have been there for 20 years. But when you go to satellite pictures and ortho photos, you will find that the settlements were just in the recent 5 years or 3 years. They have not been around for the past 20, 30 years, which people are claiming about. So these are the things we need to look at. You have surveyors, you have physical planners, and surveyors know how to use this technology. Yes, you can listen to people telling you, but can you try to study the pattern of development and settlement within that piece of land where people are claiming and making allegations? Because that is the only way. You use science, but also oral information to gauge and see whether what is being told is authentic and is believable, than confirming. Some of the government land is already occupied by schools, hospitals, security facilities, administrative offices, and infrastructure, while some of it is reserved for future development. Other government and public land supports forests, wetlands, and other environmentally important functions. Every parcel of land has to be understood to the context of the public interest. In MUKONO, you have Namioya, you call it Namioya? Namioya Forest Reserve. How many titles are on Namioya Forest Reserve? We are going to cancel all of them. And we even put caveats. We caveated all that we are cancelling. Whoever got a title whether the district authorized, that is a forestry area. Government hasn't degazetted. So where are our wetlands? Wetlands, people build in wetlands, people, do all sorts of things in wetlands. What are we doing to protect those wetlands? We'll talk about, unfortunately, where government land is poorly documented, or inadequately protected, development pressures can quickly turn into encroachment. Temporary structures appear and boundaries shift, and eventually government loses land that was reserved for a public facility. Omuntu abeera oluwanya alusesetula n'alongerayo. By the time you know it, ettaka liweddewo erya government, akugamba lirye, ataddeko buli kyayagala okukola. That's why government has prioritized the development of a comprehensive government land inventory. We want to move away from uncertainty. Government must be able to know with confidence the land it owns and manages. We are here, but you may find that most of you don't know what you have and what you manage. And even those who know are very selfish. Very selfish, very sophisticated. They will keep that information away from you. By the time you know it, such pieces of land have disappeared or gone. So we believe that the inventory will help us establish where government land is located, its legal and physical status, its present use, and any threats that require intervention from authorities. But I want us to look beyond the word inventory. This is ultimately about protecting Uganda's capacity to develop. When we protect land for future hospitals, we protect it for future health care, we protect it for the roads, we protect it for education, mobility, trade, industry. And when we preserve land for such purposes, then we are saving the future. And when we protect our ecosystem and protected areas, then we are also making our land sustainable, but also addressing environmental issues. The discussion is therefore not simply about hectares and titles. It's about Uganda's future. And to think about Uganda's future, we must start now, and we are late. We have to move very fast to ensure that we protect what is available right now to enable us to know that the future is safe and secure. We must plan our urban areas, protect infrastructure corridors, safeguard land for public facilities, and protect environmentally sensitive areas. And we must anticipate the needs of communities before the needs become crisis. A reliable government land inventory will give planners and decision makers better information with which to make their choices or decisions. Government has continued to invest in modernizing the land administration. And now we are going to roll up to go on to another level of system, which is called blockchain. But going on to that blockchain, we need to be organized first, on ground, to be organized. Organize our pieces of land, the survey and mapping department and land registration to handle overlaps, to handle double titling, so that once we go on blockchain, whatever we take is filtered information, good information that will make our register credible, but also more safe. We have the National Land Information System, the PS alluded to it, and the 22 zonal offices. That was done to improve access to land information, but also services, which we call service delivery. But technology alone will not protect government land. We need to be vigilante. We need to be intentional. We need to be committed. We need to be transparent. We need integrity, but also accountability on our part as custodian of what we call government land. Communities need to understand that government land is ultimately held for their benefit and not for the benefit of government officials. They should know that what you do, it is for their own interest, not for your own interest. I therefore call upon the district chairpersons, the district resident commissioners, city chief administrative officers, town clerks, district land boards, district land officers, physical planners, surveyors, area land committees, and other responsible officers to take this exercise seriously. Do not wait for the ministry or ULC to tell you that government land in your district is being encroached upon. Because you have the eyes, and we believe that you are more closer to it than even these ULC officials or the ministry officials. So take charge and take control of this government land. Know its boundaries very clearly, work with the district surveyors, have the records complete, because in most cases records are incomplete because people did not really mind about that, but let us make sure that the records we have are complete. And also, where suspicious transactions are, then involve the respective offices to make sure that they come in and take action. Where institutions need assistance to secure their land, you have to bring those cases forward. Protecting government land must become a continuous responsibility, not an emergency. And I know at the end of the day, you are expected when you are handing over your accountabilities to have an asset register. So I don't know which assets do you like submit if you don't know what you have in stock. Because if every year annually you are expected to present an asset register, so which assets are we presenting if our records are not clear and if we don't know what we have? I also want our communities to understand that this inventory is not an exercise designed to dispossess lawful landowners. Where they are legitimate private owners, they must be treated fairly. Where there are disputes, we should pursue lawful, transparent, and peaceful solutions to handle the disputes. We must act now and not tomorrow. The longer we delay securing government land in rapidly developing areas, the more exposure we are exposing this land to, and it will become even very difficult for us to achieve what we want, because people will settle on those pieces of land. Then disputes will become even more complicated to be resolved, and also to recover such pieces of land might be very difficult. And that's why I'm emphasizing that this is the time. We are late, but better late than never. Something can be done by the people who are within this room to secure what belongs to government. I want to urge you that we must protect government land. It's a national asset which we cannot afford to lose. that should be protected because of the lessons we carry from this meeting. And me, I trust that this meeting will be very fruitful and you will come out with conclusive recommendations that will enable us achieve our objective. I therefore invite you to make candid discussions and propose practical solutions to the current land management issues the ministry and ULC are facing regarding the management of government land. We want to understand what is happening on ground, and we want recommendations that can actually be implemented. The ministry cannot do this exercise of developing a comprehensive government land inventory alone. Neither can local governments do it on their own. So we believe that together we can progress, and together we can succeed. As Uganda continues the journey towards socio-economic transformation, land will remain at the center of almost every major investment we undertake. Our responsibility is to ensure that government does not arrive at the future only to discover that the land required to build that future was taken or went long time ago. Let us secure it now through developing a comprehensive government land inventory. And once again, I want to thank you for turning up for this engagement. It's important to us as government and ULC. And we are looking forward to your deliberations. I believe that today's deliberations will go a long way in shaping the future for the government land inventory. It is now my singular honor to officially declare the MUKONO Regional Stakeholders Engagement and Government Land Management and the development of a comprehensive government inventory officially open for God and my country. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for those remarks. Can we again give her a round of applause? Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for those remarks. Like I had said earlier, one of the leaders was requesting for, such similar engagements as part of raising their awareness. But I think even in these few minutes that you have presented to us, you've answered to that request. Personally, there's a lot I've picked from your remarks, and I'm sure my colleagues and others have also picked. Thank you so much for emphasizing the fact that we should resist some of the pressures. And for me, I'm happy it has come from our Honorable Minister, because we're getting pressures, people who come and want government land to be issued freehold titles. So at least Chairperson and colleagues, we now have a fallback position. Our line minister has made it very categorical, so we can always make reference to some of these statements. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to be intentional in protecting government land if we want to save the future, if we want to save our current generation and the future generations. We are all crying about climate change. Some of us who are into farming, you know how we are suffering. Some of our actions or inactions definitely are contributing to that. So it's in our interest that we protect ecologically sensitive environments and other pieces of land. Right now, Honorable Minister, we are supposed to take a photograph with you, and it's going to be in front of the main reception. And then after that, I will hand over to those who had given me the chisanja. Yeah, I think that's it. So you'd be...
We shall prepare accordingly, then see how to orient the new leaders. Then Ibuvuma, we shall have to discuss with you your issues and we see how can we move forward. Then the different engagements you talked about with the traditional leaders, we will continue because work is continuous to engage them on what we are doing, the different reforms, because we want everybody to be involved in whatever exercise we are doing. Land being contentious, we cannot do it on our own. We need to have everyone consulted, involved, pick their views, and then see how to move forward. So your questions, I took note of them, but I had not responded to them.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And thank you so much for listening to me. Like I said, I'm handing over very soon to some other colleagues to take us through. I'm sure you probably have so many issues, questions, maybe you would have wished to raise with the minister, but... Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, and thank you for taking us through the program of the ministry. I'm the RDC MUKONO by the name of Hajati Nabitaka Fatuma Ndisaba. My concern is from your speech when you said the titles for Namioya Reserve Forest were cancelled or you are planning to cancel. We need to have one statement. Are they going to be cancelled or they were cancelled? And if they were cancelled, we need to have a shared information or communication, because in my office always for over 5 years, and I know other leaders from MUKONO seeing it, we are having people submitting titles for physical planning, and we are seeing structures starting to mushroom on that reserve forest. So we need to have the right information, because that is our reserve forest for the district, and we don't need it have structures because it is a reserve forest. And then the same way goes to Namave Forest Reserve. There is a time in 2021 or 2022 when we had that over 120 titles on that forest reserve were cancelled and a publication in New Vision was put. But we are seeing structures going on. So what is what? I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, RDC MUKONO. Of course, I'm sure it would have been our wish to engage more with the minister, but I'm worried that time may not be there. Yeah, but since the minister is the one who allowed the RDC to ask her question, I'm sure she will spare a minute and respond to it. Thank you.
What I can say about Namioya, the last time I had engaged MUKONO, EMZO office, they told me that they had identified about, was it 60 titles that had been made in that area, and we had started on the process for cancellation. And what we did was to caveat that area. So to caveat all the titles. So it would be wrong for somebody to see a caveat by government and then you go ahead, if you're a physical planner or a land officer, to approve the plans people bring before you. Because that shows that there is already a challenge. Why would you go ahead and approve such a plan? Because for us, we shall go ahead and cancel like I have told you, but already even caveats are placed. And you even know, if you see Namioya Forest Reserve, somebody wants a plan, you tell them, wait a minute. These titles are being investigated. And we cannot go ahead, because if you approve a plan and somebody begins to construct, you are complicating the issues. So I beg the people of MUKONO, please stand, you are leaders in this Chisanja, no more sleep. Stand by the ground and say no.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And I'm sure there are similar cases in other places. So the same message which the Minister is giving applies to similar situations in other places. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. We are happy and very glad that the President reappointed you as our Minister, because you already carry that institutional memory. So, yeah, we are happy to have you as our line Minister, and I'm sure the sky will not even be the limit in this Chisanja. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go and quickly take a group photo, and we allow our Minister to go and execute other national duties. Thank you so much.
Creating the awareness and kick-starting the process of developing a comprehensive
Government land is one of Uganda's most valuable national assets. It provides space for schools, hospitals, roads, administrative centers, security installations, universities, research institutions, industrial parks, public utilities, and many other investments that support national development.
The Ministry and the Uganda Land Commission are committed to developing a comprehensive government land inventory. This initiative is both timely and necessary. Government must know the land it owns, where that land is located, how the land is being utilized, whether the land is adequately protected, and government must know whether the land is available to support future developments.
We have a lot of investors coming to the country looking for land. And sometimes we find it difficult to get land for these investors, including presidential directives, where investors who come through the president, they want land, but we are not able to get land for them. And this is one of the reasons why we work this kind of workshop, so that we identify all the available government land, the ones which are being idle, and we are able to allocate this land to investors.
The challenges that we are having, more especially, are relating to land, include encroachment. People have seen it as if it is a game now, getting on government land and going free without anything touching you. They have encroached prisons, they have encroached police, the headquarters cannot even help themselves, but they don't have any record. That means there was still a gap of you sleeping in your bed. Get out of the bed, let's join hands.
We need to have proof of ownership of all government land, and this calls for titling. Yet only about 26% of government land is titled.
Uganda Land Commission is basically a custodian. For us is to secure and keep government land. But that government land has the owner. And who is the owner? The owner is the MDA. It may be Ministry of Internal Affairs. This piece is kept as a training ground, an open space, and it must remain so. But it belongs to police.
From this meeting, they will sit and design approaches where we shall appeal to all government ministries and agencies to give us a list of their land, which is already titled, plus a list of their land which may not still be titled, so that the ones which are not titled, we all work together and see how we can get funding to get this land titled. With these few words, I would like to take this opportunity to close this very important workshop and hope that the next one will follow also very shortly. I thank all of you. The workshop is closed.
I want to take this opportunity to welcome you
Session, and the next session is going to be led by our commissioner ULC, OHT John Fisher Kasenge. Join me, welcome him on the podium so that we can continue with the next presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Letitia. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. You realize that we have lost a lot of time due to the delayed official opening that was inevitable because of the president's, rather the minister's tight schedule of work, that she could not make it on time. And as we prepare to go into the second and last session of our regional workshop, the minister, as was driving or being driven back to office, sent a message through the chair of the previous session, Commissioner Ndugu Nduhura Dennis. I would like to give him a minute or so to deliver that message from the minister, then we go into the session.
Yeah, thank you so much, comrade. The message from the minister relates to the matter which was raised by the MUKONO RDC. If you can all remember, the MUKONO RDC was talking about, I think, some forests in the MUKONO, Namioya. So the minister is saying they had requested district land boards and district chairpersons where these issues are to write a minute cancelling those offers. So she is again emphasizing that you should cancel those offers and send the minutes to the Commissioner Land Registration. And the Commissioner will outrightly cancel those titles. And she's saying, don't overlay the process. So that's the message from the Minister. And I hope it's loud and clear. Thank you.
With that information from the Minister, I've been introduced. I'm Kasenge Tom, John Fisher, and I'm going to chair this session. We have restructured our program in the manner that we are going to have 2 presentations, but they are going to be delivered in a very limited time, so that we can, when we go for lunch, when we get back, the full session, whatever, how many hours we shall have, will be for discussion and sharing on how best we can practically get on board, all of us as stakeholders. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I take this singular honor and privilege to invite our Principal Land Officer, Owechitiibwa. He's a minister in the Bunyoro Kingdom. Awake, we call him Awake Dennis Musinguzi, to deliver a presentation on the development of a comprehensive government land inventory, because some of you may now be wondering how exactly are we going to develop this inventory. Awake, take the podium.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Kasenge, the Chairperson, Uganda Land Commission, members of the Commission, the RDCs present, the District Chairpersons, the Secretary of the Commission, the Senior Minister of Lands officials, protocols observed. Good afternoon. I'm here to run through a presentation on the development of a comprehensive government land inventory for Uganda. And the theme is towards a comprehensive government land inventory for sustainable land governance and national development. We start with the identity of Uganda Land Commission and the mandate. US is established under Article 238 and mandated under Article 239 of the 1995 Constitution and Section 49 of the Land Act, Cap 236, to hold and manage land vested in or acquired by the government of Uganda. The strategic objectives are service responsive management of government land, leveraging on digital transformation, boost sustainability and partnerships, and enhance stakeholder engagement and public trust. And today, we are having a stakeholder engagement. Again, on the legal basis, I've already talked about the Constitution and Article 239 and the articles. Then also, under Section 41 of the Land Act, the Commission is mandated to manage the land fund. The operational procedures are compiling and updating the government land inventory. These are day-to-day works, survey, leasing, and compliance workflows that implement the mandate. What is government land? Government land is land vested in or acquired by the government in accordance with the Constitution, or acquired by the government abroad, or land lawfully held, occupied, and or used by the government and its agencies for purposes of carrying out the functions of government. Government land also covers land held in trust for its citizens, including land reserved for ecological, touristic, and natural heritage for common good. It also covers lakes, rivers, wetlands, forests, and game reserves and parks. This second category, is protected through separate legislation and gazettement as provided for under Article 237 2B of the 1995 Constitution. We look at the categories of government land. We have vested lands, vested under the Public Lands Act of 1962, public lands under the stewardship of Uganda Land Commission, We look at land acquired. This is land acquired by government for public good. We look at institutional land, such as schools, hospitals, and ministry headquarters. We look at land for parastatal and constitutional bodies, land abroad. This is land held for missions abroad by the Ugandan government, and administrative headquarters, such as local government headquarters, sub-counties, and others. Other protected areas, I've already talked about them. Public utility lands, that is land held for public utilities, such as water dams and water resources, and corridor improvements, like road reserves, power lines, corridors, railways, airports, airstrips, and public open spaces. Now we take a look at the evolution of government land historically. Before 1900, customary land tenure predominated across Uganda, and rights were derived from community membership under customary law. Land was typically held through family, clan, and community structures based on customs of a particular area. In the colonial era, the Uganda Agreement transformed land relations, came and transformed land relations in Uganda with the introduction of Milo land, and then the Toro and Ankole Agreements of 1900 and 1901 introduced native freeholds in those areas. The Crown Lands Ordinance of 1903 came in with all other land which was not under Milo or native freehold becoming Crown land, and the customary occupants were treated as tenants at sufferance. Crown lands throughout this period were under the management of the governor. Then at independence, Crown land became public land. When we look at the post-independence era, in 1995, the Land Reform Decree came in, where it makes all land, government land, under the management of ULC. All other tenures were abolished, and the freehold and the Milo had to be converted into leasehold. And then in 1995, the Constitution vests land in the citizens of Uganda, recognized under the 4 tenure systems of freehold, leasehold, Milo, and customary. And the Constitution protects the lawful and bona fide occupants. The Land Act operationalizes the reforms defined in and redefines the mandate of ULC to the present role of managing government land. So what is ULC's role within the management of government land? We are looking at acquisition. Acquisition is usually done by MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies, or direct purchases, or patriotic citizens donating land to government. Then the commission processes requests for titling from the MDAs. Protection of government land is the role of the major leader in this is the MDAs to take the lead, with the commission also giving support and the ministry. But if the land is under use of a local government, protection of the land should be a primary role of the local government or the ministry. Of course, for land used for development by individuals and private companies, that is government land, ULC grants leases on specific terms, and thereby collecting ground rent and premiums and ensuring compliance with the lease terms. We also supports dispute resolution, supports and contributes to dispute resolution. Like it is said, an inventory is one function within a broader land management life cycle. So why a comprehensive land inventory now? The Secretary in his remarks noted that ULC already has records of government land, but we believe that this is not comprehensive. But why now a comprehensive inventory? There's the constitutional mandate, as already talked about. There's a policy requirement in the National Land Policy, where it requires the government to audit, survey, title, take stock, and have an inventory of government and public land. Then Vision 2040 calls for systematic land demarcation nationwide, and the World Bank project requirements require proof of title before a project is financed, yet only about 26% of government land is titled. We also have, there's also a presidential directive in a letter dated 20th April 2026, not 2028, then previous parliamentary resolutions, and the budget call circulars to all accounting officers, which require all MDS to plan and budget for the surveying and titling of government land under their custody, and the other previous cabinet directives on the government land inventory. What is the problem? We have fragmented records scattered across the Uganda Land Commission, the Ministry of Lands, Ministry departments and agencies, local governments. Then we have untitled parcels. A significant portion of government land remains untitled to date, and the risks are double allocation, encroachment, and failure to collect non-tax revenue. Of course, weak evidence is a poor basis for planning, investment, and disputes escalate unchecked. What is the purpose of this engagement? We already had a national engagement, and we are doing the regional engagements, but one is to create awareness among the stakeholders about the benefits of having a comprehensive government land inventory. It is also to mobilize holders of government land records, to bring custodians and holders of government land records together to facilitate the submission of those records. We shall require the local governments to submit the records of the government land in their areas of jurisdiction. Also to communicate roles and responsibilities, data standards, and workflow disclosures. Then collect feedback, processes, and schedule, and obtain stakeholder feedback on processes and schedules for the inventory activities. When we look at the benefits, we look at secure public assets, investment planning and land banking. We are looking at reliable geospatial land data, strengthening infrastructure, service delivery, and development planning. Revenue and accountability. If you know the land, government land across, then it enables better lease management, and that increases non-tax revenue collection. Also facilitating evidence-based decisions. More benefits, reduced disputes and compensation costs. This facilitates the reduction in dispute occurrence arising from the lack of government land records, protection of sensitive ecosystems, real-time access to records. We are looking at a comprehensive inventory which will be actually digital, that it will be a system that by a click you can easily tell the government land in a specific area, the land use, the value, the developments on the land, so real-time access will be available. Then strengthening government land governance and administration overall. So this is just a stakeholder, core stakeholders. We are looking at the Ministry of Lands and Uganda Land Commission steering the coordination of all this. So we are looking at technical, legal, and field, and communications. The co-actors are Uganda Land Commission, ministries, departments, and agencies, Ministry of Lands, local governments, the surveyors, valuers, the leases on government land, police and other security organs, the media, traditional, cultural institutions, and religious institutions. The roles: Minister of Lands sets policy standards, overseeing surveying and titling, and managing the land information systems. Uganda Land Commission holds and manages government land and leads the parcel identification, titling, and development of a comprehensive government land inventory. The MDAs to declare, verify, and hand over records of land. Their institutions occupy across across the sector, and also to protect land and their use. The local governments and district land boards support identification, adjudication, demarcation, and ground truthing, and also to mobilize local communities to support the field exercises of the development of the comprehensive government land inventory. Police and security committees to ensure law and order and provide security to the field teams. We have religious, cultural leaders, civil society organizations, and others to mobilize community, but also religious and cultural institutions will also be requested to work with government and provide information on leases granted to government institutions. There are instances where government has acquired leases from the religious institutions and the cultural institutions, but also the leases that were granted to the institutions by government. So what does ULC need from stakeholders? From ministries, departments, and agencies, we need them to nominate focal persons and submit records, work with and support the exercise. The local government share planning and land use data, submit records of government land in their areas of jurisdiction, but also to nominate focal persons to work with Uganda Land Commission teams in this exercise. The registry to enable extracts of information and technical verification. Of course, we need the lessees on government land to update their records and comply with lease and ground rent obligations. The Department of Surveys and Mapping of the Ministry of Lands is taking lead in providing technical support in the field surveys. And then the media, we request you to communicate accurately about the exercise. So what is the methodology we are using? One is mobilization and sensitization and engagement of stakeholders. We already had the national stakeholder engagement. We are having these regional engagements. And then 2, cadastral data sourcing and documentary review. We already have teams of surveyors who have already obtained data for starting with the municipalities and cities, and they are looking at them to identify government land from the historical records. Then we shall undertake reconnaissance surveys in the municipalities and cities. This has already been done in most of the areas to obtain preliminary coordinates that will be used to guide detailed operations. Field visits and data collection and validation. This is also ongoing in those areas, but it will go through, this will all be the methodology used once the exercise is rolled over countrywide. GIS design, development, map projections and spatial analysis. The GIS database shall be used to generate the thematic maps, including government land distribution and all other maps, lease statuses, valuation maps, and encroachment maps. Capacity building, reporting, and documentation will also be done. So, going a bit deeper on the documentary review, we have source classes where we are getting the data. We have ULC lease files and survey files, titles, DD plans, correspondences, payment records. We have land registry extracts, information from MDAs, records from local governments, gazette notices, court orders, satellite imagery, records from the evaluation department, and then we shall do a reconciliation matrix with evidence grading. And evidence grading we are looking at is grade A is primary proof, where we have a presence of a certificate of title for government, historical map records, then government installations on land. Then we have B, secondary proof. This is the presence of a government installation, but with no title, no historical. Then C, which is tertiary, records of government interest in the land. Maybe some people have a historical record of that. So this is what we are using. And then the field of operations, survey and mapping activities. Of course, all the activities are being supervised by the Commissioner for Surveys and Mapping, and we are relying on government and licensed surveyors to tie field work to National Geodetic Control. When I talk of government surveyors, district staff surveyors are also government surveyors. That's the survey workflow, how they are doing the work. Then field verification. This is basically when they go to the field, what they do a pre-field briefing, engage the stakeholder, notify the stakeholders, the local leaders. Then they do a boundary walk with those local leaders in those areas. They capture witnesses and do more engagement of stakeholders, neighbors, LOCs, the users on ground. Then they go on to do the total station or GNSS surveys to either open boundaries or do fresh surveys. Then they do whatever they do. Then they do data synchronization. This is an illustration of the parcel details in the inventory that we are envisaging. We are envisioning to have a title. The progress achieved. The commission already communicated to all MDS to submit information and nomination of focal persons on information on land that they hold. Of course, we got responses from 32 out of the 88 MDS. We call upon the MDS which have not yet responded
to a workshop. There must be some output. In other words, there must be something that you take home and some actionable areas. So as I'm preparing the next presenter to come, who's going to present how the titling process is done, there are 2-3 things that I would like to mention. One is that you have seen that out of the 88, about 30 what? 33? Those that have got the focal person, only 32. So the request that the remaining authorities that have not yet selected the focal persons take that as a take-home assignment. Then 2, I would think that the organizers should be able to give you either the soft copy or the hard copy of these 2 presentations. Because it's out of these 2 presentations that we'll be able to do follow-up and able to have a checklist on how far you'll have gone as a district to in being real effective stakeholders in this venture. Then 3, the RCCs, my sister here, I was RDC MUKONO. She's one of my followers, or people who succeeded in the position. But all RDCs in the districts, in their security head portfolio, can always use the security mechanisms in the districts to see how best the security officers down up to the parish can be able to provide useful information that we just have to verify and see how we can make use of it in a given time framework if it is provided by the ministry. And then the other one is that there's some useful information that there has been started a course at Makerere University by the gerontological, or by the gerontological, or gerontology is a study for older persons. So there is a course on alternative dispute resolution. And I would think that when you go back home, you have people you feel that can, using the experience, benefit from that kind of training at the university. They start that only on Saturdays for some 4, 5, 6 Saturdays consecutively, that our districts be equipped with that kind of new team that can always be helping, the extent and the gravity of conflicts, whether land or family or even church and so on. So you can always contact Makerere University Gerontological Department to benefit. May I now invite Ronnie Bahangule. He's going to take us through the process of titling government land. And I'm giving him 20 minutes so that we can go for lunch. 20, okay, maybe let me make it 25 minutes. You're welcome, Ronnie. Welcome, Ronnie, as he comes to present.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Session Chair, for taking us this far. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Roni Bahungule once again, and building on what my boss has previously taken you through on the reasons as to why we are here. Why are we building the government land inventory? Why do we need it now? I think the next logical step for us to look into is on the procedures of titling government land. As we very well know that as of now, the government of Uganda, or government land in Uganda is at about 23% of the total land area in Uganda. However, it is estimated that about 26% of the 23 of what government land owns is titled. That leaves us with about, if you did your math well, about 74% of government land is not titled. So us having untitled government land then exposes our core resource to encroachments, double claims, land disputes, and so much more. So it will be key that as we look forward towards having an inventory of government land, we have all these pieces of land titled. But also, we are also looking forward not to only creating lists of government land, we're looking forward to creating the inventory for it to be a fundamental pillar that will protect these public assets in order to enable us provide public services, sustain the government land that is available for future generations. So what is the purpose of us moving towards titling the 74% of government land that is untitled as of today? Ladies and gentlemen, one is that we intend to secure government ownership. We intend to establish legal ownership on which confirms that land belongs to government and provides official proof of ownership. Most of our land out there has been encroached on with people claiming that government does not have title of its land. So as part of this inventory, as one of the deliverables, we intend to ensure that we secure government land ownership. Secondly, prevent illegal encroachment and land grabbing. We intend to clearly have all these land parcels surveyed with their boundaries and registration that protects government land from illegal occupation, fraudulent claims, and authorized sales. Also, titling of government land will help improve land administration by making it easier for government agencies, including local governments, to identify, manage, and monitor government land within their jurisdictions. But also, this will help promote sustainable land use by aligning land allocation to the national land policy and safeguard promote the safeguarding of wetlands, forests, and other fragile ecosystems. We can move. Still, on the why or the importance of us having titles of government land, this will also increase transparency and accountability. A registered title of government land will create an official record that helps to prevent corruption and unauthorized allocation of government land. But also it protects the public assets, like I said, for future generations by ensuring that government land is preserved and used for the public interest according to the laws of Uganda. So what is the legal and what is the legal framework for where we base on to ensure that we have titles of government land? The Constitution of Uganda, Article 237, we very well know, vests land land to be owned by the citizens, but under Article 239 of the same Constitution, it empowers the Uganda Land Commission to manage and hold and manage government land. Similarly, under Article 26 of the same Constitution, it guarantees prompt, fair and adequate compensation in the event that government seeks to acquire land from the individuals. Like we said, Article 237 says land in Uganda belongs to the citizens. But similarly, like I've highlighted there, the Commission has the power and mandate to hold and manage government land, and also we will see later on where it has the powers to cause surveys and titles for government land. The Land Act under Cap 236, Section 49 defines government land, and under Section 53D mandates the ULC to cause surveys of government land and make sure that all government land is titled. The Land Acquisition Act, similarly, this deals with cases of eminent domain, governs compulsory land acquisition of land for public purposes under eminent. Also, in making sure that we title government land, we at all times do stakeholder engagement to ensure that the output should not be challenged by any other person. If there is any contestation, we should be able to deal with that. So in the case that we have neighbors, we'll also go ahead and have them engaged so that they can sign on our forms where need be. So there are 7 clear pathways that define how government land can be titled. So given the multifaceted tenures in Uganda, the 4 tenure systems that we have in Uganda, there are several, we've highlighted 7 pathways under which government land can be titled in Uganda. The first one, I think you can take a picture if you want, then we'll dive into each of them at a time. But to quickly go through them, we have the category of untitled government land versus into the Uganda Land Commission. 2 is titling land acquired by the ULC, for example, parcels that we acquire under the land fund. 3, titling of customary land acquired by government. 4, acquiring and transferring land already titled under freehold, leasehold, or milo. 5 is titling land acquired under eminent domain. 6 and 7. We can proceed to the. So under pathway 1, untitled land vested under the Uganda Land Commission. Under this, the responsible MDA will be at the forefront of identifying, working with the Uganda Land Commission. Identification of land will be done, and after that is done, they will verify the boundaries of this untitled parcel. An application will be done by the accounting officer of the responsible MDA to ULC to cause a first survey of this land, supported by a land verification report. Surveys and demarcations will be done, and such information will then ULC will require the commissioner surveys and mapping elements of lands to cause the survey. Documentation will be done. There will be a public notification that government intends to prepare a title for the parcel of land in a given jurisdiction. Go on. The submissions will be done to the responsible MZO offices. A survey instrument will be issued for surveys to be done and D plans prepared. Then the necessary procedures will be gone through. That includes registration and issuance of title. The required documents and fees are what you see on the right. That is the request to cause the survey, a set of deed plans, district land officers report, physical planning minutes, ULC minute extract, and later on, this process is gone through until when we get a title for government land. Key to note here is that we work with the district local government to ensure that we capture the key information. Key of that would be the physical planning committees, always come in handy to ensure that all government land in their jurisdictions has the right or correct land use zoning that is in the district where the land is falling. Those will be the fees that we'll pay, and at the end we'll have a title. We can proceed. Pathway number 2 is land acquired by ULC. In the event that Uganda Land Commission acquires land, but it has 2 parts. If the land is titled under either freehold, milo, or leasehold, land will then be transferred directly into the Uganda Land Commission. So forms will be signed, and then by the person we're buying from, but also us who are the purchasers. The transfer forms will be submitted to the Register of Titles, then the transfer will be made. To note on this, other MDAs as well could acquire land, and we've seen instances where there are any RDCs in the house where RDCs want to sign on behalf of maybe minutes of Office of the Presidency. In this event, you do not sign, you help us get the forms signed on the other end, but then bring the forms to ULC for the Secretary of the Uganda Land Commission and Chairperson to sign, then a transfer can be made into government. If the land is untitled, there will be verification. ULC will issue a minute. Documentation will be prepared. There will be a notification to the public. Surveys will be done. Then later on, the process will be gone through till when we get a title for that parcel of land. We can proceed to the next one. Pathway number 3, we understand that certain parts of Uganda have what we call customary land, and customary land tenure is one of the organized tenures in Uganda. So in the event that government has acquired customary land in any part of the country, we go through this specific process. If the land has been acquired by a specific MDA, let's say means of energy or means of agriculture, the accounting officer of that specific MDA will, through Uganda Land Commission, fill the forms. These will be submitted to the responsible district land boards. These will be sent down to the area land committees to inspect the land and prepare area land committee inspection reports. After that, the files will be forwarded to the land office. The land officers will do their job. The physical planning committees of the districts will do their job as well to give us physical planning comments. After that, the file will be sent to the responsible MZOs for the issuance of instruction to survey. The surveys will be done, deed plans will be prepared. The relevant officers will go through them till when a certificate of title is issued. Under this case, the Uganda Land Commission will be registered as the owner of this land on behalf of government, but with a specific user entity in brackets. So if we are acquiring land, registering land on behalf of Ministry of Education, Ministry of Energy and the rest, it will be Uganda Land Commission, then in brackets we'll put the user MDA. Still, the required documents and fees are highlighted there. Please go ahead. So on that, on the previous one, on this we request that at any time where your district land boards or local governments get our requests for the different MDAs, defense, agriculture and the rest, we request that you support us in fast-tracking the necessary key steps from the physical planning committees and area land committees and district land boards to get us the minutes such that we have the titles secured. We can proceed. 4, pathway number 4 is transfer of titled land in the event that we've acquired land that is already titled. Normally, there will be an expression of interest by the government entity that intends to acquire a given parcel of land. Due diligence will be done by the technical teams at Uganda Land Commission and Ministry of Lands. File will be sent to Solicitors General for clearance of that. The transfer instruments will be issued, transfer forms will be signed between the two entities, and then land can be transferred to Uganda Land Commission, but in brackets of the user entity. Still to caution here, we've seen cases where due to delegation of powers, maybe an RDC at a given district would want to sign the transfer forms on behalf of government. In this case, you don't. You send the file to Uganda Land Commission. The secretary will sign on behalf of government and chairperson, and then the transfer will be effected. But your responsible ministry will be put in brackets to ensure that the user entity is captured well on the title. But the titles then will be kept in custody of the Uganda Land Commission. Then the issues of stamp duty, we have a waiver we have an exemption as government not to pay stamp duty. We'll also go through that procedure to ensure that later on the titles are transferred and registered in the names of government. We can proceed. Number 5 is eminent domain. This is, I'm sure many of you have seen this aspect where government of Uganda has acquired land in public interest from any of our individuals. I'm sure you've seen cases of Ministry of Works under UNRWA and the other entities acquiring land to do with this. This, like I said earlier, is regulated under the Land Acquisition Act Cap 226. There is a notice, there will be valuation and compensations, then the titling processes will be done after the compensation award has been given to the beneficiary. The titling process will go through the normal procedure that I've highlighted in the previous aspects. Still, when you acquire land under eminent domain, all MDAs are required to register all those land parcels under the Uganda Land Commission, but with the MDA that has acquired, in brackets, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Water and Transport, and the rest. we can proceed. Pathway 6, we understand we're in Uganda and we have this Milo tenure as the predominant one. For Milo tenure, this is the procedure that we go through in the event that we've acquired part of government land and it is falling on a Milo title. So obtain the seller's documents, a duplicate certificate of title, the surveys will be done, the subdivision survey will be done. We'll submit the file to the MZO with those relevant documents. The process will be gone through till when the subdivision has been passed, but also in this, the relevant physical planning committee where this land is falling will be required to give physical planning comments. And when we've gone through all this process, the subdivision will be done. Then the subdivided part will be transferred to Uganda Land Commission with the entity that has acquired in brackets. We can proceed to the last one. Pathway number 7, my boss stressed the fact that we, from time to time, deal with cultural institutions, but also religious institutions in the event, and we appreciate the fact that many of our cultural institutions have large vast of land. In the event that we are acquiring land that previously belonged to, that belongs to a kingdom or religious institution, we'll go through those procedures. We'll write an application to the institution with a letter of institution to acquire. We'll go through the necessary processes, and then we'll go ahead to either title, obtain a freehold, leasehold, whatever it is that government will be acquiring. Can go to the last slide. There are some cross-cutting principles and safeguards. One is compliance. Like I said, government land is not titled in isolation of the existing framework in Uganda. Just like how you title your private land parcel, we go through the same procedures, and we are also governed by the same legal and policy framework that is in Uganda. Survey controls and the rest, we work under the same standards. Issuance and custody, most of the titles under government must be issued under the Uganda Land Commission as the owner, but with the user entity in brackets. Then from time to time, the inventory should not stop at having the title. There should be monitoring and enforcement. There should be periodic inspections and audits on this land to ensure that government land is not encroached on, and this role will lie largely on the MDA. It is your role as an MDA. It is also your role as local government to ensure that government land that is titled within your areas is not encroached on by anyone that you do not understand. So you need to support government in ensuring government land here is protected in your respective districts. There will be periodic reviews to update any changes in land use. We understand that over time, land use changes, village names change, boundaries change, and so many other things. So we periodically review, we should periodically review the titles to ensure that the updated information is captured on these respective titles. Then the other one is the rejection protocol. If it is rejected and all that, that's the procedure that we go through. Ladies and gentlemen, the intention of us titling land and doing this exercise is to ensure that we do not just have lists of government land properties across the country. The intention is to ensure that we have a database that can aid decision-making, safeguard government interests, and promote sustainability and transparency in management of government land. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. Ladies and gentlemen, dear stakeholders, when I said the two presentations were going to be made one after the other, it meant that you were supposed to be noting down the issues, and we shall get time. The organizers will let us know how long that session will be after lunch. But as a take-home assignment, I realized that it is need for the participating districts when they live here to go back when they give you these documents to see how you can bring on board the rest of the other participants that are stakeholders, because we were not able to invite all the stakeholders as they are in your various districts. So it means when you get back to your districts, for you to show commitment to this cause, you will need to convene a meeting where you will be able to customize your approaches, to coordinate your activities and assign duties, who will be handling what, and also give yourselves time framework within which you will be able to do the needful. Then the other one probably goes to the secretary. I think now that records is a very important thing, we can issue a blanket instruction to all MDAs, government MDAs. Those that may be having titles that do not indicate them as users, be requested to immediately submit a request to have them indicated as users. Otherwise, if just leave it hanging, it will continue like that until Jesus comes back. So, but we instruct that all MDAs that could be holding titles that do not indicate ULC, and them, those MDAs as users, should be given time within which to submit that kind of request, so that we do the needful and make proper the records. So ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, this brings us to the end of the presentations. We are going to have lunch. I can see the organizers are giving you coupons. I'm sure they must have organized lunch just nearby. When we get out, we will be directed where we are going to have lunch. And the organizers, how long should the lunch break be, so that we come back and be able to conclude? People have to travel distances. We are getting close to 2, 7 minutes to 2. So strictly 1 hour. So lunch is going to be strictly 1 hour. I call it maje maje. When we get out, have your lunch, maje maje, and get back here. Thank you so much. Lunch is just here. They are indicating where it is.
Take this opportunity to welcome you to this national stakeholder workshop.
The purpose of creating the awareness and kick-starting the process of developing a comprehensive government land inventory.
Government land is one of Uganda's most valuable national assets. It provides space for schools, hospitals, roads, administrative centers, security installations, universities, research institutions, industrial parks, public utilities, and many other investments that support national development.
The Minister and the Uganda Land Commission are committed to developing a comprehensive government land inventory. This initiative is both timely and necessary. Government must know the land it owns, where that land is located, how the land is being utilized, whether the land is adequately protected, and government must know whether the land is available to support future developments.
We have a lot of investors coming to the country looking for land. And sometimes we find it difficult to get land for these investors, including presidential directives, where investors who come through the president, they want land, but we are not able to get land for them. And this is one of the reasons why we did this kind of workshop, so that we identify all the available government land, the ones which are being idle, and we are able to allocate this land to investors.
The challenges that we are having, more especially, are relating to land, include encroachment. People have seen it as if it is a game now, getting on government land and going free without anything touching you. They have encroached prisons, they have encroached police, the headquarters cannot even help themselves, but they don't have any record. That means there was still a gap of you sleeping in your bed. Get out of the bed, let's join hands.
We need to have proof of ownership of all government land, and this calls for titling. Yet only about 26% of government land is titled.
Uganda Land Commission is basically a custodian. For us is to secure and keep government land. But that government land has the owner. And who is the owner? The owner is the MDA. It may be Ministry of Internal Affairs. This piece is kept as a training ground, an open space, and it must remain so. But it belongs to police.
From this meeting, they will sit and design approaches where we shall appeal to all government ministries and agencies to give us a list of their land, which is already titled, plus a list of their land which may not still be titled, so that the ones which are not titled, we all work together and see how we can get funding to get this land titled. With these few words, I would like to take this opportunity to close this very important workshop and hope that the next one will follow also very shortly. I thank all of you. The workshop is closed.
I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this national stakeholder workshop.
The purpose of creating the awareness and kick-starting the process of developing a comprehensive government land inventory.
Government land is one of Uganda's most valuable national assets. It provides space for schools, hospitals, roads, administrative centers, security installations, universities, research institutions, industrial parks, public utilities, and many other investments that support national development.
The Minister and the Uganda Land Commission are committed to developing a comprehensive government land inventory. This initiative is both timely and necessary. Government must know the land it owns, where that land is located, how the land is being utilized, whether the land is adequately protected, and government must know whether the land is available to support future developments.
We have a lot of investors coming to the country looking for land. And sometimes we find it difficult to get land for these investors, including presidential directives, where investors who come through the president, they want land, but we are not able to get land for them. And this is one of the reasons why we did this kind of workshop, so that we identify all the available government land, the ones which are being idle, and we are able to allocate this land to investors.
The challenges that we are having, more especially, are relating to land, include encroachment. People have seen it as if it is a game now, getting on government land and going free without anything touching you. They have encroached prisons, they have encroached police, the headquarters cannot even help themselves, but they don't have any record. That means there was still a gap of you sleeping in your bed. Get out of the bed, let's join hands.
We need to have proof of ownership of all government land, and this calls for titling. Yet only about 26% of government land is titled.
Uganda Land Commission is basically a custodian. For us is to secure and keep government land. But that government land has the owner. And who is the owner? The owner is the MDA. It may be Ministry of Internal Affairs. This piece is kept as a training ground.
I want to take this opportunity to come here to this
to know how much time we are committing to this session. Letitia, how much time for the question and answer session? 1.5 hours is what she's saying. 1 hour, in case there is much that can make us go to an hour, it will be 1 hour. If there is much less than an hour can consume, we shall go into the closing ceremony. I think the mayor of MUKONO has left. The mayor seemed to have left. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now hand over to Commissioner Rose Tumusime to be able to moderate the question and answer session. Let's welcome Commissioner Rose with a hand clap.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most difficult sessions to handle is the afternoon session, because everybody is satisfied and happy and sleepy. And with your permission, I want you to be cooperative so that we can do it as fast as possible before you doze off. My name is Tumusime Rosemary, and I am a commissioner with Uganda Land Commission. I want to observe the protocol that was already mentioned earlier, and once again to welcome you for our afternoon session. This afternoon session is only question and answers, and then probably we can have a few recommendations. I believe you had a good morning with those 2 presentations that were given to us. However, I am going to request the 2 presenters to come here in front so that I don't have to call them from behind and they are able to answer the questions. According to our program, the plenary discussion is for only 30 minutes. It is 3:15 to 3:45. So, if we need more time, we shall go ahead. But I know many of you, being a Thursday, many of you want to complete this session and go. I'd like to remind you about the 2 presentations. One was the development of a comprehensive government land inventory, and the second one was the process of titling government land. You will all agree that to develop this inventory, we are all key stakeholders. There could be strange things that have been mentioned in these presentations, but believe me, we all need this inventory. And if this nation is to develop, there is no district, there is no national, we are all stakeholders in this. You realize investors are moving from Kampala, from Entebbe, they are moving to Kayunga, they are moving to Nakaseke, they are moving to Nakasongola. So when we get to know the government land that is in those districts, it will also help you as local governments to get people coming to work in your districts. It will create employment. It will improve your districts. And therefore, I want to make an appeal. Please, This is something which will help all of us. ULC is not going to take any land from the district, and we are also saying the district will not take any land from Uganda. So we are both brother and sister and partners in development. So with those few words, I am going to give an opportunity to 5 people first. Tell us your name, and then ask your question. Can somebody help me take this microphone around? Yes, please. There is a microphone here. Can somebody help me take it around?
Thank you, moderator. I'm Vube Ronald, the chairperson. But it must not be the interest of the Ugandan Land Commission to get title over such land. 2, I will also tell you that it would be so wrong for us to believe that the Ugandan Land Commission cannot have a very good inventory of the land they hold. Because now we're having the RDC here. If she so wished to know all the state institutions which don't have titled land, it will take only 2 days. Tell the DSOs to go and look for all the state enterprises and all institutions, and then you run a spreadsheet just in Excel. You put the institution, where it is, the land they hold, whether it has a title or otherwise. And within 2 days, you would know which school, which hospital, which state institution in a sub-county doesn't have land, or whose land is not titled. We must not be here, maybe. And then, as I conclude, I would also tell you that telling people, Ugandans, that they are encroaching on government land is sometimes a very misplaced and very unfortunate statement. You cannot encroach on land which you don't have a title to. Because you don't know the extent of the land, if someone is settled there, you cannot claim that that person is encroaching. So the people who come on such land, which you wish to think it is government land, come to the district land board, because there is a provision, the president and the people who made the Land Act then believed that land should have belonged to those people. But they were disfranchised in the agreements of 1900 and 1940. So they ask you to go and fill Form 4, show the extent of your land, and you get a freehold title. If you deny such people a right to get such land, and all that land is titled under Ugandan Land Commission, no one trusts you. Because even the land fund is there, all that land has been there, and we don't know where it is. It is an ugly truth. If that land is taken and centralized over there, I'm afraid we may lose it. I'm sorry for the longer speech. I had no time for a shorter one.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vube. Can we hear the next one?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. My name is Benjamin Kalumba Sebeliba. I'm the chairperson land board of MUKONO district. I'm happy to be party to this workshop. Only that I used to be very productive. My commissioner Kasenge knows that when I was still political. But under this mandate, I would try to be, no, don't misguide me. I'll try to seek for information first, then submit my concern. First of all, I don't know whether what has been presented is a mere presentation to workshop participants, or whether we have the right to make amendments. Because in the first instance, we are only privileged to have copies of the presentation. And my particular address is on the last presentation, which was the titling process. We passed through as the presenter made his presentation, but he was a little fast. And some of us are slow learners. And by the way, majority of us are adults. And the best way adults learn, you know better. But all the same, I picked a few issues because I was very attentive. And I thought, because I saw missing links, and I thought that what would have been feasible, according to me, is to have such a presentation. We discuss and make our inputs in the form of an amendment if it was a proposal. So first of all, I don't know the procedure, whether I'm right to make an amendment or whether you think we are only workshop participants to take whatever you have been addressing to us as a pupil to teacher relationship. I don't know. So if I knew, I would have been in a clear position to address my concerns. Because I've been in workshops, you try to point out your issues, they leave them there, they go with whatever they came along with. But let me assume that's not the other way around. And I make my submission very briefly. Madam Facilitator or Chairperson, if this engagement is to be very successful, I propose that we define clearly the land under the local governments to be registered under the local governments as the law puts it. And the land under Uganda Land Commission, let it be registered under Uganda Land Commission. We are going to register success together. Government does not mean Uganda Land Commission alone. District land boards are also part of the government. Local governments are part of the government. I was one of the students of decentralization under my minister, and my commissioner Kasenge knows that. It was a good concept. But we are rotating back to centralization. Revenue collected, it goes now to the center. What happens is service delivery has become poorer than before. People have learned decentralization. Again, they centralize the issues. I'm sorry, I'm a slow learner, but I've learned decentralization, then they centralize the things again, and this is what is happening. So, my school of thought is that, minus the fact that we have been having overlaps, district land boards overlapping on ULC land, ULC overlapping on district land board land. I have a case in Namamve here. Very many titles have been issued by ULC. And because we are all government, at one time I talked to some few colleagues about it. But we couldn't cause the conflict. Before, as you have been grumbling over that, then you come to teach us. In fact, one colleague said, we came to teach you. Teach you who? About what? Everything is in the law. Who are you teaching? I thought you are coming to engage us. We make our input. We complement to what you have drafted. We make a better spiced and refined version of what we intended to do, because creating an inventory is a good concept, but we need to bridge the missing links or to bridge the gap. I will not talk a lot. Commissioner Kasenge knows I was the mayor of Nakawa. When the government told me they are going to make or to construct a satellite city in Nagunakawa housing estate, I led the settlement and the chasing away of the people. You know what happened? After chasing away the people, government officials started demarcating those plots to themselves. I even refused the mayor Sevana Kizito, the late, when I was speaker. You know what happened? People chased me away like a chicken thief because I chased them away to create room for the government development. And I was deceived. Is it not a similar scenario that is coming up under the disguise? If not, why don't we define government at different levels as than putting it under one organization? I submit.
Thank you. I'm Simon Peter Semfuka, District Surveyor Kayunga. Part of my deliberations were already said by the previous two people, but I'll stick to one. We have a challenge where most of the land that has to be, which ULC has to control right now, officially, you can ask the whereabouts and you cannot even find any. Our major problem is trust issues here at the local government. How can we say we title land maybe for schools or maybe hospitals, instead of saying Kayunga District Local Government, such and such health center, then we say Uganda Land Commission, such Kayunga Hospital. You know very well, this gentleman has talked about Nakawa housing, and you know what happened in Mubende Hill, Nakaima Hill. You know what happened there? People at ULC. So what we fear is handing you this, maybe a title in your names, then a few years to come, we hear the land being grabbed by so and so people up there. That is a big problem. So I would suggest we leave the local governments to own the lands for government, but register in your database that these hospitals, headquarters, what on such and such a plot number, because we are also part of you. So that is my suggestion. Then we have a challenge with the forest reserves. In Kayunga, we tried our level best to control land grabbing for forests, and we ended up losing the battle because of this issue of being gazetted, separate registration for the forests, whereas land grabbers keep on titling. So I suggest you create a layer on the land information system for these forests and wetlands to avoid overlapping parcels, because in the long run they come for us, the local government staff. You guys issued a title here, yet it is your people. I can't say ULC, but this time Minister of Lands, you're part of the problem. We have to create parcels. If we cannot title these forest reserves and other gazetted areas, let us create parcels and we commit them on the system to reduce on future risk. by us, because now they will start hunting us. Today you are at anti-corruption, the other time State House, the other time what? Because of some things which can be prevented. So let's try to prevent other than waiting. Again, we have challenge. I saw the team, Jaja Walu, I saw you around, Reverend Walu Simbi. I don't know if he has left. Most of the schools and hospitals here are either on Buganda land or church land. So we have to also think about that before we proceed on making these kind of decisions. Thank you.
Those 3 questions. And to state that we are not here on accusations, Uganda Land Board, Uganda Land Commission, District Land Boards. The reason we are here is to engage you. We as Uganda Land Commission don't have land in Nakawa. The land is in the districts, okay? And you, as the district land boards, while you say that Uganda, it's not true, we don't have the inventory, it is true. We have an inventory, but like the minister said, we need to update it. We may have some very good districts where you are good custodians of land, of the institutions that you have. But I'll give you an example. I'm from Entebbe municipality. And there's a school I went to in 1971. And part of the land there, of the playground, was allocated and given a title from the district. So some of these things, I know a small proverb, omulyamamba abeera omu n'akola atya n'avumaganya ekika. So we are saying that as we develop this inventory, it's going to help all of us, whether the District Land Board or Uganda Land Commission, it's going to work for all of us. So kindly allow me to invite Dennis to answer question number 1 and the concerns raised. I hope you were writing.
Thank you, Honorable Rosemary, and thank you, participants. The session chair has already mentioned that we are working and this is not a session of accusations and counter-accusations. Going to the chairman of Buikwe District Land Board, he said he did not agree with the definition of government land, but he fell short of giving us what he can define himself as government. I only wish he had gone in, but in the booklet we have given you, the FAQs, on page 2, question 3 is what is government land? Question 4 is government land the same as public land? And 5 is what is the difference between Uganda Land Commission and district land boards? You, as the frequently asked questions, you can interest yourself in it, but still addressing what you talked about, you insinuated that the commission is saying that citizens do not own land, which is very wrong. In my presentation, I clearly mentioned that the 1995 Constitution puts this land in Uganda into the citizens of Uganda under four tenures: freehold, leasehold, Milo and customary. I don't know where you got it that we have said that citizens cannot get freehold. Probably what we said, we talked about, was in some instances you find that the district land boards grant freehold interest on land which is well known to be government land. I don't want to mention cases, but even in situations where government holds title, in some instances, district land boards have gone ahead to allocate that land. So this is what we talked about. We never said that citizens cannot have freehold. That is very, very wrong on your side. You talked about ULC cannot say they don't have an inventory. The Secretary in his remarks was very clear. We have a record of government land, but we are looking at something comprehensive with all the attributes we talked about, the title, land use, the developments, the encumbrances, encroachments, the lease status, and value, land value, all put into a GIS system which has attribute data on it. This is what we are calling a comprehensive. The word is comprehensive, not just a list, like an Excel you suggested. That there is no encroachment. Even in Milo lands which were granted to some is having 2 acres. We have seen even districts, health centers, even under the local governments, complain of encroachment. Even titled, we have encroachments, be it titled or untitled. To make a comment on what the district staff surveyor mentioned, indeed, we are looking at working together. We are not saying that the local governments will not register land that is under local governments into their names. We didn't say that, but there is one government in Uganda, government of Uganda. Even when it is Kayunga district local government, this and this health center, we take stock of it and include it in the inventory. It doesn't cease to be under Kayunga district local government. But for purposes of going back to Chairman Buikwe, if you look at page 2, we are saying district land boards manage and allocate land which does not belong to anybody or authority in the districts. They also facilitate landowners to obtain registrable interests on their land. I guess that sorts it out. Thank you. Ronnie?
To answer. Okay. Thank you very much, our stakeholders, for the valuable feedback that we're getting. Maybe to answer some of the issues or questions that were raised. Chair, I'll start with Chair Buikwe, who highlighted of the fact that of the mandate of district land boards under sections 59 and 60 of the Land Act. Maybe to go to that. Section 59, which highlights of the tenure of office of the members of the land board. 60 talks about the functions. But specifically, section 61A of the Land Act, it's very clear. The functions of the board, the district land board, shall be to hold and allocate land in the district which is not owned by anyone or any authority. We are very much aware of the fact that the district land boards, your major role under section 61A on the land that you can hold and allocate should be land that is not belonging to anyone or any authority. So in any district, wherever you are from, Mukono, Wikwe, or the rest, if the land there has history of maybe it was for Moses as an individual, or it has history that belonged to an MDA, Minister of Defense, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Education from the 60s, 30s, or whatever. That land is already belonging to an MDA or an authority. You have no right whatsoever to hold or allocate it to anyone. That is government land if it is belonging to any of the MDAs. And that is the land we're here for. And for the definition of government land that we stated there, we're looking for land for government under the respective MDAs, as you may know them in this country. The role of ULC is to hold and manage all that land for government. But also take us to the Constitution. That is Article 237, 2B. 2.1, where they say land will belong to the citizens of Uganda. 2B says land in the country, the central government or local government may hold in trust land built for natural forest reserves and the rest, rivers, wetlands and the rest, in trust for the public. They say the central government or local government. So we very much are aware of the layers of ownership of land in the country, and land that the district land board or the central government has to hold in trust of the public, or land ULC that ULC has mandated. But to speak more to that, we've found from time to time that there is crossing of mandate. Maybe the district land boards don't seem to know that certain lands in their jurisdictions belonged to a given MDA. Please flash the evidence grids. And maybe to phrase it again furthermore on that, in the district where you're coming from, do you think up to today there is land that does not belong to anyone or any authority? We can always come back to that. Because to do that, you need to go, evidence grid, please. You need to understand, you need to go through the historical maps and be sure as a district land board that the land you're going to allocate at one time in the 50s or 40s did not belong to a ministry, department, or agency. That's where we found issues. But because you go ahead and locate land, and Uganda Land Commission, please go ahead. No, the technical presentation, sorry. Maybe as we go there, so on the missing links that the chair talked about on the guidelines of titling land, once again, I don't want to think that any of us, me or my boss, cited the fact that we came here to teach you. No. We came here to create awareness and obtain concrete stakeholder feedback on our processes, right from when we stated the objectives of this engagement. So we didn't come to teach. We came to present to you. Please go ahead. I'll tell you where to stop. So, as there's something I wanted to do. Previous one. Another one. There, thank you. So these are evidence grids, the documentary reviews. So maybe this will also answer the fact of when land is untitled or titled. When it's untitled, how to get to know the extent of encroachment. So we have evidence grids that we're following to identify this land, specific land falls in being government land or not. Evidence grade A, primary proof. There's a presence of certificate of title. In the absence of that, there's presence of a historical map or a government installation on the land. Any of the three can speak to the fact that there's a government interest on the given land. Like I said earlier, 23% of the land in Uganda is government land, and 26% of the 23 of the total land area is only titled. That means we have over 74% of government land in the entire country not titled. So, but in the absence of it not being titled, the historical maps from the colonial periods that would speak to that in this area here there was a government barracks, There was a cattle quarantine site. There was a fly quarantine site. There was a leprosy center and the rest. So the historical maps from Entebbe will tell to us that, will speak to the fact that there was a government installation on that land. So we can, based on the historical map, digitize that, get the information, the surveyors will, I'm sure there are surveyors here. Then we can come and ascertain the extent of the mapping on the historical map. Then we're able to tell who is within the boundaries of that specific area. I hope that answers the issue that Chairman raised. B is the presence of government installation and the rest. All these are evidence-based that we look through to tell us, and these can guide us on whether to know where the extents of government land are, and we're able to tell the encroachment. Then the missing links. On the guidelines, on the process of titling government land that I presented here, these are extracts, the presentation is an extract from guidelines that are developed by Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, which is the overall ministry in charge of lands in this country. So the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development came up with guidelines on titling government land in 2025. I would want to think that they did consultations and all the districts and everyone under them should be having access to these. In the event that we do not have these, after this engagement, we will share copies of these. But I'm also happy that the Ministry of Lands has representatives here. So we extracted the 7 pathways from the general guidelines on how to title government land. We can share these so that you can pick a leaf. If you need to give comment, you can give the comment. You can send the comment to Ministry of Lands, or through us, we'll still take your comments to Ministry of Lands. But after you've gone through the guidelines and you feel there are missing links, you can go ahead and send them through. I'm sure Ministry of Lands will be willing to take in any feedback that you might be having on that. My boss already answered the issue on whether land should be titled under the district land boards or Uganda Land Commission. I don't think I need to speak to that, but we request that we submit all that information, whether land is titled under the district or Uganda Land Commission. Submit to us the list of government land, whether it is titled or not, whether it's for the district or not to us, then we have that captured in the inventory. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then the issue, then the issue of adding a layer of the protected reserves onto the LIS. I'm sure there are already layers onto the LIS. Anyone from lands could speak to that. And the land registration system is a shared responsibility. So whereas the district land boards, it starts usually with the area land committees. So what informs you to say that you can allocate this land? Have you done enough due diligence that this land you're going to allocate is not belonging to anyone? Later on, it goes to the fiscal planning committee. The fiscal planners, if they are here for the district, I'm sure you do due diligence. You can access all the EMSO data or speak to the colleagues at the EMSO that give you information. Are you sure you've done enough due diligence to know that the land you're going to give fiscal planning comments on is not in a forest reserve? Most of the things we are ending up blaming the Commission or the Ministry of Land starts with you guys at the lower level. They're not here with us. The Area Committee has a report. The Fiscal Planning Committee has a very good report, and it says the land is not in a forest reserve. So what is available for allocation? The Ministry of Lands goes ahead to act on your recommendation because of the powers of delegation and decentralization. Land a title comes up in a forest reserve. Thank you.
Okay, we can have 3 more questions. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm not going to get tired. I think I brought it up some time back during the presentation here. I want to bring an analogy. Most of you have gone to the hospital.
Your names.
I'm called Tumsime Geoffrey, land officer Nakaseke. The analogy I want to give, it will summarize all the issues that have been brought. You know, at a hospital, there are about 3 layers you go through. The first call is a triage. A triage is where they measure your height, your temperature, if you have a bit of history of whatever, it's where it's scattered. The next level is doctor's consultant room, where you go and you inform the doctor of all your problems and all that. And then information is laid over to the, I think where they check, where is it, what is it called? The laboratory, exactly, thank you. So similarly, land transactions go through the same processes. Why I have problems with the Ministry of Lands is one, you blame people at the triage to have caused all the land problems when they actually, the problem is the laboratory. Because we don't keep any record to do with forest reserves, all the maps, historical maps you're talking about. They are Department of Surveying and Mapping. They are at the Department of Surveying and Mapping. For us, we only recommend a person who is supposed to check whether it is a forest reserve, whether it is titled, is not the land board, unless I'm mistaken. But when you see TV, news, all the whatever, they blame land board. Land board has given land in the forest reserve. Land board has double titled. Land board has given land blocks to certain institution. How do you blame a nurse in triage who has measured you that you don't know? But you don't blame someone in the laboratory to know whether you have malaria, you have AIDS, you have cancer, you have all that. The information is there. We are not privy to information that happens in the mapping and surveying. So you cannot blame land board issuing titles in a wetland when we have a Department of Surveying and Mapping. And that's where I'm coming to the point that if you're still continuing blaming land boards, area land committee, physical planning committee, then you are misguiding and you're not going to get the answers. So where are the answers? And my worry is where we've been engaging most of the Ministry of Lands, I've not seen anyone from mapping and surveying. That's where the problem is. It's in the laboratory. As long as we still blame land board, physical planning committee, they only recommend to you. Still, it will rotate again to Ministry of Lands. Who signs on the map? Because I can categorically speak to the titles has 3 or 2, depending on the tenure. The leasehold has 3 parts: the deed plan, or the cadastral map, the cover title, and the lease agreement. For the Mairo and freehold, there are 2. The cover title that describes all the details of the land, and the map that shows where the land really is located. Who checks the coordinates? Who checks the coordinates? It's not an urban planner or physical planner or land officer. So, going forward, I think this time around, we need to be serious. That's why I'm very happy for you, because you brought pertinent issues. I will give you an example. Now I'm going to go to a problem that happened in Nakaseke. There's one Mujimba, he works at the Ministry of Lands. You will check. My senior NASA knows that person. There is a health center called Semuto Health Center 4. That person was located about a half an acre on a cemetery that has been existing by ULC. You can check. If you want records, I can bring them. ULC. No records to show that area committee was contacted, physical planning committee was contacted, and he was valid to 99 years. He came and tried to evict a health center of the government of the Republic of Uganda because he has a lease. So really, it's not about blame game, but it's about misguiding the blame. And we are not going to get answers as long as we are portioning the... Because land board is a triage. You're leaving the doctor who knows where the problem, how he can mistreat or treat a patient. You're misguiding a question to a laboratory technician. I thank you.
Thank you, namesake.
Thank you so much, my brother Tumasime Nakaseke. Jingwal is my name. I want to appreciate the ministry for coming up with a grant to facilitate operations of area land committees and recognizing us to the extent that you have invited us here. I'm a recorder, and me being here really, it shows that really you have started realizing the concept of whole government in its entirety. So I want to say 74% of government land untitled. Why don't you come up with a grant this time around? Because even in local governments, banage munyambi tukube kungalo. But where you send a title, you get taka. Itaka ya government linji lisoze, local government says allow what is in a cent. What do you get district? Somebody where government own it. And we are there. Actually, you come to our rescue. Government should put up a fund to fast track the registration and titling of the land, which for long has been entitled. This will put the request to rest. Njagala kusaba ekyokubiri nti basurveyors aba DSS batono district surveyor nabazira nakoze da outcry ya decentralization y'abakozi egendeddayo bw'omutuukire agamba nnyina local government 15 mu Nakaseke neja district emirimu giri awo mugende mufune omulala mugende mufune omulala nadde kusabira delegation kawa ku delegation nga head wa procurement okole ekintu kino nti no yet for me to run into delegation bamuwenga district surveyor mbangezaako cost saving strategy naye romaliza tekikoze eki can't government one day come up with a pool of surveyors negamba tubawadde region ya Buganda wanu mwetutudde baloya basurveyors 20 bajja fast track ngetaka ne bakikola omulundi gumu era kiveewo njagala nnyo nkole muzeeji yali yese bagambye nti cleaning days zatandikiddewo era emmotoka kkubo nga tozirabayo lwaki tukitandikako ku kino ekyokwapointinga abantu babeere district focal point persons tukisiimye nnyo naye tetubadde indicated oba waliwo baluwa simanyi kubanga tula wansi mu lowa loko preference eri kuwani ku deputy kawo ku secretary land board kuwani you could say that one. Secondly, but not the one twogera ng'obwogezi talking rhetorics and all that without setting targets tugambe to local government eweredwa target eyokugira bwekiti naye you cannot give a target where there are no resources. Can't we really think about giving a target to local government title, social titling this much? Those are about action plan, but thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Hajati RDC. Seba amanya siga pikinze bulungi.
I'm Jingo Ali, I'm a SAS and the recorder Semuto Area Land Committee, Nakaseke District.
Okay, thank you. Hajat, can you give the microphone to Hajat, please?
Thank you so much, the moderator of the session. As Aria said, Hajat Nabitaka Fatuma, the RDC MUKONO. I'm sorry, I might be a lost sheep in the workshop. Is there any other RDC here? I'm one. So let me start representing them. But I don't want to say that we've wasted time being here. I thank you for the engagement. But I have my recommendations that I want us to take if at all we are to do things in the right way. I'm a policy analyst, and I know how policies are made. I think this is going to be a garbage can because it is giving us little time to internalize your paper that you want us to change. I'm seeing the lawyer speaking the law. I'm seeing everyone here giving us the data, which data we are not given time to internalize. I think we would be good to go if you gave us the documentation, we read and internalize and come into the meeting or the engagement with things that you needed us to do. But secondly, we needed a lot of people to be brought on board. When he was saying, he talked about the area land committees. These are the primary people that we needed in this meeting. Because those are the people that, where the files begin, they know the public land, they know the district land, and they are the ones that sit and formulate the files, that later the files come to the district land boards, then to the fiscal planners, and then the processes that you think happen in the districts don't happen. Because usually we think the files, when they reach the fiscal planning department, then the district land boards go back and check, then come titles. But that is not the normal procedure. Because I've stayed in MUKONO for 5 years. I know how things are done. Secondly, if we are to bring everyone on board, and we are talking about the wetlands, the reserve forests, and I'm not seeing anyone coming from the Ministry of Water in this engagement. Because I think the ministry has the department that caters for their wetlands. We would be having them to reduce on the conflicts that we have. Then those working under the forestry department would be also here. As a policy student, I would think that is quite a better engagement. But why do we even start at the district level? Why didn't we give it time? And the simpler people than the lawyers I'm seeing here, to go down on the levels of heritage, the levels of sub-counties, because that is where the area land committees are. Why don't we get people who can speak the language that those people understand? Even getting to know that each chairperson elected at that particular level has the mandate to appoint the people to sit on that particular committee. And then each chairperson LC5 elected has the mandate to appoint the district land board. Why didn't we start at LC3 to bring everyone on board? Then this engagement is quite a technical engagement, which doesn't need a one-day discussion. It is an engagement which is too good, but it needs like 3 to 4 days. I request, let's spend resources for a better cause. Because we need to sit in our districts, we show you the challenges and the data that we have. I have my district land officer here. I have the staff surveyor here. I don't have the fiscal planner here. I don't have the cadastral whatever here. So what submission do you expect me to give to you that is giving you the right information? So for me, I would think we needed this, and we needed it yesterday. It is too good, but I'm sorry if I say it is given a short period of time. Then, before you cut me off, I would love to know, can't we ask the district land board or the district land officers at least to give us the data on the land that the districts have, and then echo you, the ULC, on the land that they think belongs to you, before we go with an engagement that I'm seeing we are giving little time. As a policy analyst, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hajat. Before I return the mic to the presenters, I think I should also share with you. I will begin with Hajat. Hajat, I would call this like an entry engagement with the top leadership. Because the district land board here, we may be having only the chairman. And what we have been doing in other districts, when we enter a district, to carry out such an exercise, we involve all. We have talk shows. And I believe that this is what we are going to do as we carry out this exercise. This exercise was first for all of you to get on board so that when I come to Mukono, you already have a feel of what I am talking about in order to, be part of that discussion as we talk to other people. I thank you, and I really take your comments very objectively, and they'll also help us to, to improve. 2, everybody has raised their concern about these presentations. I want to allay your fears. You are all going to get copies of the presentations so that you read through them, you internalize them, you look for those things that are missing and need to be added so that we speak the same language. We know that by engaging, there are many other things, many other ideas that you have. And we know that we can only do our best if we had the input of all stakeholders. So I'll request my presenters, I'm sure you've picked some issues from these there were more of opinions, but we can have one more, and then because I can see we are getting to...
Sorry, moderator, for my insistence.
No, it's okay.
But I thought it is prudent that you hear from the administrative angle as well. Because we have heard from the real practitioners at the district level, at the district land board level, and also from Uganda Land Commission. But I want us to focus also on our side. What do we see? When they transfer you to a district and you are trying to make sure you coordinate a seamless system that moves from the sub-county level through the district to Ministry of Lands and Uganda Land Commission, what hurdles do you see? It is precisely what you have seen here, madam. That we are managing a broken marriage. This is a broken marriage. Because at every level, you have an attempt to create a silo of authority, which does not serve the best interest of land administration and management within the country. And therefore, our appeal to you, first of all, I want to thank you as Uganda Land Commission for this engagement. It was timely. It has shown you from the questions we are raising that even we do not have consensus on what constitutes public land. Now, if we don't have that consensus and we are the technical advisors, the legal brains in this decision-making process, so what are we guiding? So it is timely that we need to have this engagement. Land administration and management is a multi-institutional undertaking, and as such, it requires continuous collaboration, engagement, capacity building, and assets support systems. So that we remove this blame game. My officer is saying maps are held at the Ministry of Lands. But what is it that stops you from accessing this information from this ministry so that you use it to make the right decision? Can you go before a competent court of jurisdiction and say, our decision was constrained because maps are held at the Ministry of Lands. So we used, generic, we used our general thinking that was well-intentioned. Absolutely not. We are all one government. And the moment we learn that which you don't have at your level, you need to consult, scale it up, so that you are given the right tools to use to make the right decision, the better. Otherwise, our people are hurting. They are killing each other over decisions that we should hitherto have corrected long time ago. I want to appeal to you, colleagues and friends, that when we change the paradigm shift, we start trusting each other. Share information, give information to the right place it should be. Allow decisions to be taken in the right place. And our people will be happy. I worked in central Buganda here some time back. And I was working in a district whose land matters were being superintended over by another district. And I used to ask my team, how does this happen? Does the Ministry of Lands realize that these ministers do not have the supporting legal framework from the local governments? So I am appealing to you, let's work together. People are cutting each other every night because of the decisions we make. Government is failing to function properly because of the decisions we make, because we choose to work in silos. I beg you, let's try to allow the system to work the way it should be, and this country will be at peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much. You didn't, can you?
My apologies, madam. I am never this emotional, but for today I don't know what overcame me. For anything that hasn't moved well, I seek your apologies. My name is Muremera Agre Winston, the Chief Administrative Officer, Nakaseke District, and I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Session Chair. I think most of what came up were recommendations. Probably what I can pick up is Madam Aradisi asked us to contact the district land boards and district land officers, provide us with data. Yeah, it is part of what we presented in methodology, and indeed we are working with them, and we shall continue working with them to do that. The cow has actually summarized it all. We should, indeed, it is a multi-institutional dimension, land management, and we should always, day in, day out, consult with each other to ensure that we come up with the best decisions regarding management of land, and for our case as Uganda Land Commission, management of government land. I think the other issues, maybe I'll request, they are more of policy. I'll request Mr. Secretary if you have a comment on any.
Thank you. Firstly, let me appreciate all the participants and those that have given us very wonderful feedback. I wanted to actually liked the recommendations from the recorder, Nakaseke, Mr. Jingo. The first one was local government land is also not titled. How can we support the local governments in titling of the land under the local government. And of course, as you've mentioned, local government land belongs to local government and will be in their names. But for purposes of our inventory, we would have to record it and maybe classify it as land under local government, which doesn't take away the ownership. I wanted to first clarify that part, because it was, I think, a fear at the start. Because the law is very clear. There is no dispute about that. Regarding the funding, we've been engaging with the Ministry of Finance, and actually that is the reason why we are here. Because in the past, we've had it as a perennial query, audit query in Parliament, and we've been making noise. We need to title government land. Government is losing out. And we've got some support. So once we show good results from this, can I call it our pilot phase, it will be very easy to make a case to get a fully funded project. Because I think 2 years ago, we had developed a project to title all government land, whether local or, but it was rejected. Because I think they felt it was a more of a recurrent activity. But now because even now when we are here, I shared with the Minister of Finance the link, because all this is being shown live on YouTube. Actually, maybe we can share with members so that you can also share that link. And the Director Budget even commended us on this. So once we perform well as government, we can get more support. So definitely we shall make a case to ensure that all the government land, local government, central government, is all titled. And then on the approach, Mr. Jingo still recommended having maybe a mass team doing the exercise once and for all. You send 20 or 30 or 50 surveyors to one district, they cover the whole district, and we move on to the next. That is also a wonderful recommendation. We've taken note of it, and we've been thinking about the best way of executing this exercise. You also mentioned that we need targets or timelines. Definitely, once we have these engagements, we define the scope, we define the kind of information we are going to be working with. We also have the stakeholder buy-in. We will be able to come up with the timelines. Because at one point we had started, I think, in Ginger, but we faced a lot of resistance because they were fearing that I think we want to arrest them, maybe people who allocated government land. But we said, no, that is not why we are doing this exercise. Ours is to, first of all, record, because we have the records, classify, and then if there are issues, we determine and we sit together and work it out. And then, Madam RDC, you mentioned we need NEMA, NFA to be part of this exercise. We had them in the first national engagement, but I believe this is also a wonderful recommendation. Going forward for any other engagements, we should be able to have them part of these engagements so that the whole spectrum of public land which is held in trust is also covered. And then I also talked about the trust issues. Actually, we're here to build trust. Because I think if you've noticed, anybody in the land sector is called a thief. Anybody dealing with land. And reason being, we've not been coordinated as the various institutions in the land sector. So if we work together, we build, even most of the problems are because of lack of, let me say, the inventory, the comprehensive inventory. Yes, the land is probably, it is untitled, but there are historical maps showing that it belongs maybe to government, but you don't have that information, we don't have that information. You go ahead and allocate, then later we come and we go to court, maybe we've also allocated, you've allocated, then you find you have 3, 4 allocations on the same property. Those are things that make us lose trust. And those are things that we want to correct by ensuring we have the proper records, we have the inventory, because it will be a national asset. It will not just be land commission, because it will have records of what belongs to local governments. Because even at times, like the chair was mentioning, we get directives from the president. Maybe a given local government can benefit from a given directive, but because we don't know what you have there, maybe it will go to a different place. So that is, in summary, what I can comment. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you all. I had promised that we'd have the shortest session possible. It is now 4 o'clock, but I want to thank you all so much for your feedback, and I'm sure as Uganda Land Commission, there's a lot that we have picked. One, I want to repeat what the Secretary has mentioned. This engagement is to build trust. We are one government serving at different levels, but our intention is to work towards national development. If it is a marriage which Carl mentioned is broken, we want to repair that marriage because we have a role to play and to ensure we develop a government land inventory so that we avoid these future overlaps. District Land Board did this, ULC did that. I'm sure by having that information with us, it will be for all of us and we shall benefit from it. Thank you once again, and we shall move to our last session, which is the closing session. And I will invite, thank you very much, our presenters. I can release you from those beautiful chairs. Thank you. Kindly give them a hand clap. May I now take this opportunity to invite the Kao of Buvuma to come and make his remarks on behalf of the technocrats. Kao of Buvuma. And
I thank very much Madam Tumusime here. I worked with Mr. Tumusime in Wakiso district, and actually I was happy that he took us up to Musozi, the other place. We worked here. He did a lot of work in the inception of decentralization. Even you did a lot. We are very grateful, our officials from Uganda Land Commission, our ministry officials, our chairpersons, RDCs, Lord Mayors, all of you, the technical staff. We are really very, very grateful for the Ministry of Lands for bringing us under one roof to have a coordinated way of handling issues. You realize that right now government is too critical, even where it is going to put resources. That if you don't have security of tenure, government no longer put resources. In Buvuma we are unique that as you realize the presidential manifesto requires a secondary school in every sub-county. But we have sub-counties without schools. And recently we are going to lose an opportunity of having a secondary school. But I must thank our people from Uganda Land Commission, Mr. Nyumba, I don't know where Nyumba is, and the other people, yeah, Nyumba and the team, with the commissioners, Mr. Bujala here, who was part of us. Bujala here was a LC cow. But they helped us, and we are very grateful that school is now middle way completion. And I was telling these people that when we are commissioning, the first people to be invited will be the land commissioning people. They must be part of the commissioning because of doing a lot. Coming back to the inventory, you know, you can't manage unless you know what you have. You can't manage unless you know what you have. In the management principle, you must know what you have to manage it. To know how much did I release, how much did I do. But as you realize, for us local government people, we have that doubting Thomas of the Bible. We say now, okay, you know even all of these things. But if we surrender, are we not surrendering ourselves? Are we not surrendering ourselves? That is the only thing. That if we tell you we have this and this, when we find titles being here, as Nakaseke told you, in Semuto, even in Buvuma we have such issues. The other time we had our Ministry of Lands officials, they came, where other issues were done and the actual titles are there. But this is something which is very, very important. Because if we are going to do this for the good of our nation, it is really very, very good. Because it will guide planned development. As our Vice Chancellor was pointing out, that we need to know even where are we going to cluster this development? Where are we going to do this? And as you realize that now in the National Planning Act, the whole country is now a planning area. That everything must go into planned development. That we need this here, we need this here, this one shouldn't be here, this shouldn't be there. And we are very grateful to Ministry of Lands because we have had now even plans in all our upcoming centers. And we want to see that we can implement that. But we are requesting that give us institutional capacity. Continue. This engagement shouldn't end here. Let's have a follow-on. And we say now, as the RDC, my mother of MUKONO was pointing out, that we need to continuously go and see peculiar situations. I will be very grateful when we have an engagement in Kayunga. It is peculiar in this way. If we have an engagement in Buvuma, it is peculiar in this way. In Buvuma, we have islands where you may not have, you say this is government land. Actually, there is an island called the Ruaje, where we went to do a road. Since it existed, no road has ever been there. So we said, now this time, this quarter, we are going to go and do roads in Ruaje. We took the road equipment on a ferry for the first time. As you were doing the roads, people were using roads which were created by the legs and cows. Another person says, don't bring here anything. This is my land. We took there a water project, very expensive project. As we reached, they say, I don't want any pipe here. These things, from here, I see when they are doing water there, where roads, we must have. And it took us to court. Then we had another issue. We are doing also road. Somebody said, no, don't. I'm the administrator. But we said, no, this is something. We did the road. Eventually, we went to the court. And this person who claimed he had the administrator as of what, and we had also the title, because this was the land under Uganda Land Commission. There, the judge even said, you did the right thing. So these are issues. We have seen that thing. You have never put a road equipment. Taking the road equipment to Ruaje requires over 100 million. You take it there. You are going to do the work. You say, don't. And the road can't jump, even if somebody is from here up to here. So now we are going to open this area and put some development. But now moving forward, this is something which is very, very important. And we feel that, so that pain up to now, when people say, now we have this, and that is an absentee landlord. Doesn't even there, he has just representative there. He says, I want to see who touches. And the law comes, and he comes to a law firm, and the other one writes a big letter, has never even reached there. You go to court, they say, okay, the judge, let us go and have a locus. And reaching Rwaje, it takes some good hours, some what. So, say now, we want to go there and see. So this is something which is very, very important. If we had an inventory, such a person wouldn't what? Wouldn't disturb us. And the development will continue. And you know, development, when you open a road, I can see now the Great Kampala metropolitan area. It has stimulated development in all areas. Where I was a sub-county chief in Gombe sub-county. In some years when I was Mr. Tumusime, when he was our secretary for security and vice chairperson of Wachiso district, when we were starting. But I see those areas of Busikiri, I see those areas of Nase, the places, Nakukuba, they have developed to a very big, you find tamaka everywhere. You go to Busukuma tamaka, and you say, what is this? People are, and even plots have increased. You see trading centers now, people are building vertically. I wonder if here in MUKONO, I think nobody should build in the other way of ours in Gomba. But not Gomba. Gomba, we are also going up. But I'm telling you, things are moving very, very well. So, this is what stimulates development. In that island where I was pointing out, there is an investor who wanted even to put a beach. He was looking at an issue, the way he was talking, and he said, this is something. This road, cried, I said, I wish we could make this road. Because my people, when they come on the boat, I wanted to put something here to go on the, and you see the development which is going to come with the road, stopped just there. Even the water, the piped water, stopped. So, ladies and gentlemen, today's engagement is a very good engagement. And we feel that bringing us together under one roof will help us to move. And even if we do a smaller thing, it may help. I will end with a small quote of Mother Teresa, who pointed out that great people are great not because they do good big things, but great people are great because they keep on doing smaller things to those in need with joy. So, similarly, if we are going to make this aspect, for us in the local governments, let us have trust in each other, and also on the top, URC will not take, you must assure us that you are not taking our responsibility, because under the decentralization framework, which we started, because I'm happy to be one of the first graduate sub-county chiefs when decentralization was starting. And we want to see that decentralization doesn't die, because that is the cry we are looking at. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best. I'd like to request the Lord Mayor of MUKONO City or municipality. I think you are soon becoming, because I see things which are taking you there, you can come and address our people, the Lord Mayor.
Colleagues in the different forums, permit me to say protocol observed. I am Kabanda Robert, the mayor MUKONO municipality. Happen to be one of the strange learners, because as we are mentioning that some of the new leaders are here to learn and have been strictly learning. I want to appreciate the Uganda Land Commission for this engagement, but also to thank you so much for having chosen MUKONO. Thank you so much, because it has given us the opportunity to learn. I've been here as a learner, learning, and I've observed a few things. One, it may not go on record, but this is food for thought. I remember the little history that I had through my school. At a certain time in our country, the president by then, Idi Amin Dada, through the land decree of 1975, had seized all other avenues and instituted the Uganda Land Commission to own the land on behalf of government. As if it was not enough, when President Museveni assumed power, in our constitution, when it was amended 1995, it reinstated the district land boards. That is, reinstating the district land boards, it left a faint distinction and a faint boundary between the Uganda Land Commission and the district land boards. That is where the problem comes. I've been asking myself here, like local governments are challenged with meager resources. We have foregone each and everything to see that we have land for our utilities. Schools, health centers, but I feel to mention, I feel it also befitting and a defeat that now at this time, the Uganda Land Commission, vis-a-vis decentralization policies, are coming to collect our wealth. Yes, it could be for data collection, but we feel that maybe at a certain time in the future, we may go back to what Mr. Idi Amin Dada had put in place. That's where the worries are vested. But better still, I think we should also, before coming to us, I want to appreciate Madame Disava Fatuma, the RDC. She had, although cited what was in my mind, can't we go back and engage these ministries, much as we may not stress what is on the ground, and give us the literature, and also compel these other lower entities to submit their board of survey to them, so that when we come as the Uganda Land Commission, we don't look to be a lost entity. We come and address the point where it is. That is my food of thought. But in a nutshell, I want to thank you so much. I see a challenge whereby, because I was asking my colleague, is there any scenario where the district land boards have donated the land to government? That yes, in some areas it has done so. But after giving it to the government entities, still the Uganda Land Commission will come and want to issue the title, or you come for it, because the sitting entity is a government what? A government entity. So still, there the trust is lost. For me, I would think that there is need, a technical need. How I wish you would invite this Madam Mundisaba, because these days, the 5 years of experience, she's so knowledgeable and is a student of policy formulation. That to get these people, before we come and conflict, you get a few people that are knowledgeable, you call the district chairperson, the land board chairpersons, they come at that level. You sit before you come to us. Because if Muganda says, if we come and we show that we cannot move in the same train, it is going to affect us so much. On behalf of MUKONO leadership, one, I didn't get a chance to welcome you, but I want to thank you so much that you chose MUKONO. It gave us the opportunity also to learn. But still, I was wondering how we are treating these other entities like the church, because it has land, the Muslim fraternity, the Catholics. Sometimes you see, because of the lost trust, even some people that are invited don't turn up because they don't have trust in us. So we have to make sure that we go back and build the trust before we digest our mission. So I want in a nutshell to thank you so much that for me I'm learning. Especially we have land here called in Namioya. It is giving us headache as the local government. Instead of the money we are having, instead of using it to plant utilities for public consumption, we are buying land. Why doesn't this UCL come and give us land and we develop on that government land? Why would government entities go on to buy land when government itself has land that can be used for these developments? That is what perturbs me. So allow me on that note, having thanked you for having chosen MUKONO for this presentation and induction, allow me to invite the Uganda Land Commission Chairperson Representative, Augustine Bujera, to close this wonderful engagement. We wish you journey masses. I am Commander Robert, Mayor MUKONO Municipality.
Thank you very much, Wajtibwa Mayor. As earlier alone introduced, my name is Augustine Bujara Ruchika, and I'm a member of Uganda Land Commission. I'm very much privileged this evening to step in the very huge shoes of a professor and close this workshop. The protocol has earlier on been clearly narrated. I will take this opportunity to thank the Uganda Land Commission for having organized this important engagement in the Uganda One national stakeholder workshops on developing a comprehensive land inventory. Thank you very much, Uganda Land Commission. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the participants in your various capacities for having taken a very, very quick response to our invitations to come and participate in today's engagement. Engagement is not a lecture, as one of you said. It is a learning environment. We all learn from each other. For example, I have learned a lot from Ewano Jingo. He called for enhancement of resources at local governance so that they can also be able to title their land. I also learned a lot from our beloved RDC, Hajat, on your knowledge on policy formulation and engagement. You made recommendations on how we can get present our presentation, make our presentations available. This is an ideal request. As a local government practitioner, I appreciate again the views of the chairman, Buvuma, that not all of us are equally capable of running from a digital presentation. Therefore, my team, please make sure that all of us get a hard copy. We have many digital young generation in as much as we also have many analog people here who would like to read word by word. And also give their sons, the digital sons and grandsons, to what does this one mean? Whatever it means, dear participants, today, the responsibility of creating a comprehensive government land inventory is a shared responsibility. And in a shared responsibility, we do not exchange blame games. Land Officer Nakaseke, I appreciate human to error that Uganda Land Commission could have allocated land that touches a health unit, but we also have clear cases where Nakaseke varied a leasehold of Uganda Land Commission to 99 years. I don't know when those two became the same institution. We do not, if we had to blame each other, we would not get out of this hole. This is an engagement where we have come to learn from each other. Once again, as a local government practitioner, I would like to ask Ronald, my dear former Mayor Nakawa, that most of the district authorities had hitherto not been active in registering their land. District land is not only at the district headquarters. We have our Gombolora. We have our counties. District headquarters, we have a county, we have a sub-county, and we have a Muruka, or a parish headquarters. All that is government land. And no cow will emerge an expert to say, my district has all local government land registered from district, county, sub-county, up to parish level. We don't have registered land, but would registering it under the government inventory be a crime? No. Ronald, my former mayor, Honorable Mutumba, it is not a crime. The land, this word is comprehensive, denotes that the land inventory is there but with fragmented information. My dear chairpersons, district land boards, land not registered, it does not only need to be registered in order to be government land. We all know very well, especially we of the older persons, that government actually never used to register its land. They used to plant the kakunguru trees. You remember them? you would know there was PIDA. They called it PIDA. This is Minister of Works. There was PIDA here. There was a quarantine of where the cows would, there was a social control center. And these days, last week, I was in Kisoro. There is narrow land. Narrow has never stepped there. But the Bataka, the communities, if we don't give information as leaders, the communities will give that information. The communities have left that land untouched. It is commonly known as government. Therefore, I want to use that experience to allay your fears that government is going to grab district land. No. District land board cannot grab government land, and ULC cannot grab district land. Uganda Land Commission, actually it is a name which you can even call government in terms of management of land. The moment land is vested in government, then it is held, it is managed by Land Commission, but not as the owner, but in trust of the people. Uganda Land Commission manages government land in trust of the people. And the people is government. We all know that. I therefore thought as a practitioner, I would only perform the ritual of crossing, but I could shed some light on those issues. I want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the senior cows here. Mr. Mulamira, thank you very much for your good remarks. You were not emotional, but you were guiding and clarifying on an important matter that you all ought to embrace. My senior brother, Mr. Bonge, the cow Buvuma, I'm very happy to reunite, and your remarks you made here. RDC, we have been to your office several times. Whenever we reach the office of the RDC, says, you are welcome. Come and help us. And she's even ready to take us into the countryside to see for ourselves. So what we are doing today is maybe a clarification. Government land also means district local government land. The overlaps of legal frameworks. When it comes to that area where a legal framework needs harmonization, then it goes to policy. This we have Mr. Irumba here. We have the RDC with that wealth of knowledge in policy, governance. It will be harmonized. And therefore, my call to everybody here, let's have positive energy towards what is happening today. It is helping all of us. Local governments, you remember when you get, for example, a grant, we have grants under USMID, we have grants under MATIP, we have had grants under JICA, but the first condition is, do you have land? And having land, the condition is it titled? I remember I had sleepless nights to title the market of Guru in order to access JICA grant. Therefore, what we are doing now, as clarified and guided by the senior cows, Mulamira and Mbonge, please let's develop positive energy into what is happening today. And with those few and many remarks, I have the honor of declaring this workshop closed, and I wish you very safe travels back home for God and my country. I thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for accepting me to chair this session. You have been a very, very good audience, I should say, and quite patient. So I beg to return the microphone to the organizers of this workshop for the final announcements. May God grant you journey mercies as you return to your districts.
Thank you, our chair. I think time is fast spent. Mine is just only to do two things. One is to thank every one of you for turning up. As ULC and the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, we've listened, we've heard you, we've recorded whatever you've said, and management will be able to look at the recommendations and appropriate actions will be taken. Administrative announcement, we have tea outside here, please. As you're stepping out of the hall, take the tea. The next one is every one of you will be paid a per diem, and then transport refund for the district participants, as was indicated in the invitation letter. 2 vehicles per district. Then for MUKONO participants, since we are home, it will be a modest transport refund. As we step out, you know, issues of money, we cannot start paying you in the open. You never know who is seeing you, who is demanding you, and you can't even deny, I don't have money. So we've decided there is, as if you pass here, then you turn left. There is Nile Hall. That is where we are going to pay participants from the districts. But I am begging. We start with participants from 4 districts, including Abalinye Kidieri. It is about to leave. So we request people from Bovuma to be served first, then Nakaseke, Nakasongola, Ruwero. The ones of Kayunga, Buyikwe, we are almost home. So we shall be served last. Then ULC staff and ministry staff, you will be served from this hall. Let us leave Abewala, Basokeri. With that, I want to wish every one of you journey mercies as you go back home, and please pass on our regards. But I want to allay the fears of the Lord Mayor. Please start trusting us, and like the Secretary said, this is the starting of the trusting. With that, journey mercies. May God bless you all.
I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this national stakeholder workshop.
The purpose of creating the awareness and kick-starting the process of developing a comprehensive government land inventory.
Government land is one of Uganda's most valuable national assets. It provides space for schools, hospitals, roads, administrative centers, security installations, universities, research institutions, industrial parks, public utilities, and many other investments that support national development.
The Ministry and the Uganda Land Commission are committed to developing a comprehensive government land inventory. This initiative is both timely and necessary. Government must know the land it owns, where that land is located, how the land is being utilized, whether the land is adequately protected, and government must know whether the land is available to support future development.